What is going on? Okay.
Spotify application is not responding.
Yeah.
Hi,
All right.
guys.
Hello. We should be unmuted now, right?
Yes.
Hello and welcome to D&D Waterdeep Dragon Heist, episode 25. Been a quarter of 100 of these.
Bear with our technical difficulties.
Yeah, I don't know why Spotify decided to crash, so we're gonna do it live.
We got DMCA.
Oof.
Thanks.
Anyways, I am Texas Deviant, your supposed DM. To my diagonal.
I'm Paradox. I'm playing Percy. I'm a lucky son of gun.
I'm Luffy, king of the pirates.
DMCA.
That's pretty much it. That's all you get. Texas Timbers, I'm playing Astro the Druid.
What's your signature attack?
Ha ha ha, gumma 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 gumma. I'm just kidding. Rar 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 rar.
It's the bear form of Luffy. And I'm Westfield, and I'm playing Rin,
Indeed.
the satyr I always want to say bard, but it's rogue and not bard.
He is a rogue / monk.
Not because I think of myself as a bard, it's just because the only word that comes after satyr is bard.
I fixed it. We have music again.
Yes.
And it's going through the things. Thank you, Spotify, for participating tonight. Anyways, last time on D&D, we left a particular Mert with the blinded stone of galore, and we decided that the party wanted to keep up appearances with their protection scheme of the Gralhunds. So they went back to the Gralhund estate, and they saw that there was some tailing happening by some mysterious shadowy figures across the rooftops, back to the North Ward. You met with a bunch of City Watch and Gralhund guards that were discussing the matter of events, and eventually got audience with Lady Gralhund, where you then reported that you were not able to retrieve what the drow had stolen,
Right.
keeping up the facade.
We had chased the drow off into the night and they lost us. So we spoke with a contact at the tavern to see if they could help us find the drow. And she was like, all right, well, I'm angry. Go find the drow.
And Sanji, I mean Percy's charm, convinced her that we were telling the truth, I believe.
And then we later found out that they suspect us anyways.
Yes, we
Yes.
then went to, then went home, and on the way home, she also sent a messenger with a letter, who we then diverted to Tail and found him outside the tobacco shop, and like slipping into a little like storm shelter behind the tobacco shop. We were like, cool, that's all we wanted, and then we left and went home, slept, leveled up to level 4, which is exciting, and then we came back to the tobacco shop after doing some, like, I think we did some shopping at some point in there, and then yeah, it was last time that we did the shopping, where I commissioned the Bola gun, and we bought a whole bunch of other stuff.
Kind of shops. The Boligan came from going back to the House of Inspired Hands.
Yeah. And then did like other like shopping stuff. I know that you guys ended up with a list of things that you were purchasing, getting caught back up on health pots and stuff.
Yeah.
And then we went as part of our errands.
And you bought
also,
healer's kits.
And healer's kits, yes, many of those.
And health potions.
And as part of our shopping trip, we stopped at the guards to be like, hey, we broke our rule that said we shouldn't hurt people. And they were like, all right, cool. At least you were honest about it. Go get them, sport.
Right. We are no longer Peace Corps bound.
Pop quiz, does anybody remember the name of the tobacco shop?
Tacky, tobacco, tabs, tobacco.
Tabs to back.
Yeah, tabs tobacco.
And which I wrote like Tabs Tupac.
And then
I don't know.
we went in
Tabby
and
tobacco.
I bought a healthy sum of crappy cigars, and I think Tibbers ended up not buying anything.
She did. She bought like a cat face plate that was like a cigar roller or something like that. Or
No, it's a starter kit.
Yeah, it's the like
Hold on.
roll your own, grow your own starter kit.
Yeah.
we got. That was all like cat themed and
It was like a little cat bento box, but for tobacco.
yep,
Did you-
very adorable.
Did it come with any like tobacco plant seeds so you could like
I think it did.
literally grow your own tobacco plant?
I think it's literally like a Lunchable, but like has little stuff in it. Here are your papers. Here's your.
Yeah, and then so we did that, and then while she was finalizing that purchase, I went back out to talk to Rin to be like, hey, how are we gonna do this like whole thing? And Rin was like, I could be Batman, and we were like, yeah, you could be Batman. Let's try talking to them, and if not, then you Batman them. And he was like, all right. And then we positioned to do the Batmaning / the talking to. I cast suggestion on the dude in the front. It was like, we should go inside and talk. And I was like, like, all right, cool, help me with the door. We went inside, and then we psychic punched him in the temple, and then he went to sleep. And then he woke up, and he was like, that wasn't very nice, guys. And we were like, yeah, sorry, have a joint. And then I went back up, you two waited downstairs. I sent one of the dudes downstairs, and you guys psychic punched him in the temple / hit him with a stick. And he went to sleep also, but he didn't get a joint. And then the second guy was like, what's going on? This is real suspicious. Why hasn't he come up here yet? And I was like, he's probably smoking a joint down there. Do you smell that? And then the second guy
vanilla
was like,
spice things. It was supposed to liven the place.
and then the second guy went down and was like, oh, come on, don't hold out on me. And then you guys psychic punched him in the temple / hit him with a stick, and then he was asleep too. And that's where.
And then I paid the sleeping man to be like, yo, dude. He's like, yeah, dude.
Continue being cool.
Yeah, you're like, I think I get you now. He's like, you probably do. And he's like, here's a gold coin or something like that. And he's like, deuces. And then he just rolled over in the corner and pretended to.
I think I was just on, like, do I knock this guy out or do I just bribe him?
We were very close to just like continually knocking that poor guy out until.
And then something I made a note to present was that the letter that you guys read, it did not actually specifically state you guys in name.
Right.
The transferring message of saying, hey, they've got the thing, sort of effect. So the most of you guys know is that they've delivered this letter. You guys did bring up the fact that the timing of it was kind of weird with how the events were pasted. The letter was already written.
Do you have the text of the letter again?
I remember it was something like I'm pretty sure that they had the thing, make sure to follow them or something like that. Like tell them to make sure.
Yeah, I don't have the text in front of me. I think I looked at it on my other notes that I wrote down but misplaced. Unless they're here. They're not. Yes, it was to the effect of they got away with the item, follow them and retrieve it, something to that effect. And you guys pointed out that the timing of it, the letter was already written by the time that you guys got back to the estate, which during that time you either did or did not have possession of the stone.
I do remember there was something though about like, I don't trust them, like tail them, find out more.
Yeah.
Because there was something specifically about the way that the letter was worded that made it at first glance seem clear that it was us she was talking
Right,
about.
yeah, there was mention of trust in there.
Mm-hmm. But we do know also that hypothetically, potentially, there's a world that exists that the Drow have dealings with the Growlhounds.
Yeah.
To an extent. So it could be us, it could be the Drow.
Well, we know specifically that the Drow did have dealings with Lady Growlhound, because the ones we talked into the tower were like, I don't think it's gonna work out the way you think it is if you turn us into them, because like we've been in, I don't remember exactly what they said, but didn't exactly say they were like working together or anything like that, but that they had some kind of either agreement or situation worked out such that she would never.
I think they implied that them turning us in would have more weight than us turning them in, or
Possibly.
something like that.
Yeah, or they were lying. Who knows?
We know nothing. We have 0 leads.
Everything is dead.
There's basically like I don't know where to go because we're not sure about anything.
Yeah.
So
the party looks up. They realize that they're sitting in front of a white, black, and white table.
All plot points and just go back to 3 feathers up and.
So now we are. I believe that I had gone to double check to make sure that the end of the alleyway was clear while they were doing their combat stuff, and
Yes.
then was planning on coming back.
Yep, and Ral and Paco were the only 2 in the air. Well, and the cool dude.
And a cool dude.
Yeah, who was not Batman.
Cool guy.
Cool. So I make my way back to the thing. I probably need to get the assistance of one of these strapping young party members to help me with the door.
That sounds like a job for
I'll do it.
your squirrel.
Mm.
You're stronger than me.
Yeah, it is true.
Hey, you.
Um,
I watch.
Get the thing closed, move back down, set up some light in the room. Get ready to begin the interrogation. Yeah?
Oh, I thought we were just here to knock them out and
No, they're knocked out. Hey, we can.
and then leave them here.
I mean, we didn't need much from these guys, right? What we needed was like who they were working for and where who was the other person that was receiving the letters, right? Because we know Lady Growlhound is sending letters. Who are they picking up the letter for?
Yeah.
Right now?
That's really
Basically the only thing we needed out of them.
And we thought questioning them instead of following them was the way to go.
No, we just didn't think of that at the time.
You booped.
Well, we had already opened the letter, so we thought that it would be pretty meow meowy.
I just never even crossed my mind once.
You know, it happens.
You can only come up with so many plans in a campaign, you know? Like, you're limited to a certain number, at least a number
Is it
per day or
13
session
or-
or something like that. I gotta recharge my plans. We also do have some other information about, like, who she was in contact with, right? It was Krebig, who was picking up messages for Fenris.
This is the
Stormcastle?
drow. That's the drow, like, path.
Yes.
Those are the guys working for Jarlaxle. But we haven't confirmed that she's working with the drow, so we didn't decide that those were, like, actually related to her, just like a potential.
Okay.
The Jarlaxle sent Felrect to watch the villa, and Fenris Stormcastle, those are the dudes that we met in the tower. And then Fenris Stormcastle is a person or a place that is involved with like swapping information from Felrect to Jarlaxle by way of Krebig, who picks up messages twice daily.
Oh yeah, I guess based on that front, before you guys were like set upon this path, you do also have two directives. One was to establish the exact relationship between the Growlhounds and how they were being supplied with their Nimblewright, and also maybe dig up some more dirt on them based on what you can find in the estate, or compound, depending on how you view these walls. Another one, yeah, compound. The other one is to go visit the Temple of Mistra to see if their investigations over the Nimblewright stuff has turned anything up at this point.
Yes.
And you also have Mert investigating
The pirate.
the pirates.
Slash the definitely not pirates, but just circus folk that.
Yeah, just because they are like
They have
carnies
ships.
at sea doesn't make them pirates.
Hey,
I mean, I don't know. There might not be a better description of a pirate than a carny at sea.
Quiet, Luffy.
Carney at sea, I'm actively gonna steal.
That's pretty good.
That's so
That's my high
shady.
school band name.
No, it wasn't. You know your high school band name.
Yikes. Leave my name alone. Alright, so you guys are locked in a dank basement.
Dank, yes, very dank basement.
With two unconscious people and one conscious but very well inebriated person.
I don't know exactly what would qualify it as particularly dank. I don't usually think of like secondhand cigar smoke as being like a particularly dank experience, but you know,
Dank as in the actual definition of the word. You're in a musty and moldy cellar.
sure.
Super dank.
Super dank.
Stop!
Alright.
What's the plan, Stan? I'm not so good at this interrogation thing. Not really my forte.
I mean, we can just talk to him. If talk to him doesn't work, then we can try other things. For the most part,
Like
we've been here before. I don't have that ability, actually.
Oh no.
I love.
This-
you remember
this
that
lady-
one time that Ren was like, "Hey Astra, it'd be a great idea for you to cast Zone of Truth."
I mean, it would have been. It would have been a great
You
idea.
entered your way into the cellar and stuff.
I did suggestion my way into the cellar.
Oh yeah, we could just suggest them
Tibbers
to
turned
tell
into an
us who
ant.
their
Oh, ant,
boss
yeah.
is.
Oh, we could do that. Yes.
That
Oh.
seems relatively reasonable.
Yeah. We can certainly give it a shot. You want to wake him up?
Shopping list. I don't. They didn't have smelling salts on the list for like things to buy in the player's handbook.
No, those are not things. Those are a bit more on the realisticer side of things. And I think it just plays to the effect of, and you guys as adventurers probably just have them at this
Like
point.
sheet of paper isn't realistic.
Like we've been playing it kind of hard and loose on the fact like when you knock people out, they're not like indefinitely knocked out. They're just unable to participate, right? And so it doesn't take a supernatural amount of effect. Like you don't have to magically heal them for a point of HP to get them workable again. Now, if you want them to be combat pliable, then yes, that would be absolutely the minimum required. But as stance goes, like you should be able to rough them around. If they don't wake up, they're going to be in a coma, and that would be bad anyways.
I just want to wake them up. That's the thing. I don't want to smack them around.
Take
Very
a big bite of
specific.
an onion and then breathe in their face. and
Yeah, like
that'll wake them up.
Take some coarse black ground pepper and sprinkle it on their nose. It'll wake
cook
them up.
some meat on a fire. Wake them up.
But yeah, so you probably have like crackable smelling salts that will rise somebody that is in the unvoluntold amount of sleeps.
Okay.
Which one do we want to wake up?
The
Ral was the one who went down first. Paco was the one who relieved himself on the side of the wall before
I
going down.
remember correctly, Ral is a little bit of a high-spirited one.
Paco seemed like when I think of people who are duos, right? Who's the one who stands guard outside? The smart one, right? The more pliable one, right? It's
Both of those are
it's the
conflicting.
crazy wild child that goes down into the cellar to go pick up the letter, right? Who
I
opens-
get where you're
disagree with your logic, but I agree with the point that you got to. So
The non-hard-headed
Fair enough,
one.
I guess. But whatever works.
I think that probably Paco is our better bet here because the other one is way more likely to be a sassy asshole.
That's right. They had like clubs, but with nails driven into the head.
Yeah, and the one was like fresh out of juvie, real headstrong type.
He was a rooster type.
Real rooster short.
For that note, he's also kind of short. He has to compensate.
It happens to the best of them. So we wake up Paco.
Wait, before we wake up Paco, are they restrained?
I mean, that'd probably be a pretty good idea, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We restrain them and then wake up Paco.
Hey.
We just went shopping for this very reason.
Restraining with manacles, with rope. How are you?
Probably rope.
He's got like 10 sets of manacles.
I have a bunch of manacles. Somewhere. But I think that legitimately right now, rope is probably just the best bet.
Okay.
I think probably generally want to save the manacles for a little bit more like long term, like being forced to drag someone through the city or like trying to chain someone to a wall sort of thing. In this case, it's like ideally the way this plays out is we ask them some questions, they give us some answers, and they're like, all right, get out of here.
Yeah. and ultimately, the way this is like these guys are not fit to even walk out of the alleyway. Probably couldn't make it up the stairs or lift the storm door until they've rested and recovered naturally. Make sure you have subdued them.
If I was playing a different character, we could manacle them to the inside of the storm cellar and just leave them here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm
Or
not
kill 'em.
playing that character, so I'm not going to suggest doing that.
Well, I mean, maybe you did that based on the hopes that the other dude who you have tied up in a rope down here would eventually.
No,
get out
he's
and free.
he's going free.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you wake Paco up.
Paco.
No. Hey.
Hi, Paco.
Hello. It smells pleasantly overripe down here.
You know, I didn't quite expect that myself, but
You're a cute one. Hi.
Race, class, level.
oh yeah. Raise class level.
The level one's a particular.
What?
13 female Los Angeles.
You take your level times 2, divided by their level, and add 2, and that tells you whether or not you can date.
Wait, so
It's a
seriously,
human.
it's a human?
Yeah.
I hate that joke so much.
He's wearing some dingy, rather, just kind of like whatever, not like anything in good condition, but studded leather and stuff like that. It's a bit thuggish.
Does he have any tattoos?
Sure.
Alright, I check him for tattoos.
Oh yeah, that's something that we do.
Yep.
Pretty frequently and religiously. We do that. Like I checked the old guy for tattoos.
It's like you know the Vlad thing where when Vlad walks into any given room and he's playing D&D, he checks the room for spiders because previous experience. Yeah, it's
so
like that, but tattoo.
on the inside of his left eyelid, he has a Xanathar tattoo.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I
You probably don't find that tattoo.
stop.
But you do find Zentarum tattoos on their left forearm.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Zentarum.
Black winged snake.
As far as what does that mean in the greater context of what's going on in the campaign?
And they're human. They're not drow.
Because the Zentarum are the ones that just screwed over the Growlhounds, or a portion of the Zentarum.
There was Zentarum fighting Drow.
You saw Zentarum, Drow, and Xanathar all present in some capacity at the estate.
But specifically, what's his nuts? Not
Travis.
Gentry. Erstal Floxen was Zentarum.
Yes.
And he was specifically one of the ones that was like, I'm gonna attack you. Okay, interesting.
Very strange.
Well, so we wake up Paco.
Does he actually hit on me?
Verbally.
That's good. God damn it.
I mean, if he was a bard, verbal would still be some kind of actual offensive manifestation.
Not sure it's the right circumstances. Yeah. This is definitely a you thing.
Okay. Well, Paco, we've got pretty simple questions for you, but we have questions.
I've got a few questions of my own.
I'm sure you do.
Works out wonderfully. Maybe we can tit for tat.
What we're looking for is who is on the receiving end of these lovely written letters.
Oh, my associate contacts, right? anything to sweeten the deal? I mean, I'm not exactly attached as you were, and you guys kind of have me in dire straits here, but you don't look like you want to kill me. Presumably, maybe, probably. You don't seem like the killing type.
Ooh.
Wait, weren't you the one that was sitting up
Aside to you, specifically. Because I think we set up a mental link for this particular situation specifically, right? Or no?
You have not yet. Remember, you couldn't communicate mentally.
Yeah, because there was multiple hours that I was up
I'm
above.
gonna take him aside to Mr. Spiritu. Are we planning on letting these guys go? Like, is
So are you from Waterdeep?
sending them to
Born and raised.
freedom instead of the guardhouse?
How about you?
Like a
Yeah,
bargaining
air of
chip.
foreign
Yeah, absolutely.
kind of dignitary to you. I dig it. Hey, is my friend okay, by the way?
They're all okay.
I think it'll be more.
Well, I
that's
don't know
fine.
about Morley or
Oh.
with the gods.
So
but-
just
Gonna have a pretty
same
bad
thing as
headache.
I then, this raging headache. By the way, you hit really hard with that stick.
Yeah, it's magical.
And nothing else happened. And nothing else happened.
So, Centaur,
Yeah,
how do you get in with him?
gotta make a living. I was surprised people capable as you. Surprised you haven't already been approached. You haven't been approached, right? This is some kind of like weird sting operation. You guys are like,
This is actually an elaborate test by your Centaur masters.
Don't
I mean,
say that.
I wouldn't put it past them. But that's kind of weird. All right, so am I supposed to give you the details then or not?
Yes.
Well, okay.
We can-
surely
we can-
then you can show me your tattoo.
We can sweeten the deal a little bit. For one, we will let you go. And for two, I'll reach into my own pockets to make sure you're compensated for the headache,
Oh, okay.
as long as you're cooperating.
Wonderful. Also, I have an itch on my beard right here on the right side of my chin. If somebody could scratch it, that'd be wonderful.
Certain you will be able to shortly, as well. This will be a quick question. We don't have really the one question. More or
He's
less.
making a concerted effort to
The
get
one.
at an itch that he just can't. I was like, you want to help?
Sweetening the deal. Faster you answer the question, faster you can let go.
Before you get
Oh, what was your question?
lit up. We want to know who is on the receiving end and who hired you to pick up these messages.
You know, I'm somewhat of a, what's that word? Is it called astronomer? What's the one that, like, spits,
Rappers.
Most
relic?
of the dock workers spit often.
No, they talk in, like, things that are beyond you, or, like, hypotheticals. That's an astronomer,
Priests.
right? Where, like, it's like they ask the hard questions.
Like
The
philosopher.
police.
The philosopher, I mean, you might be right, or I might be, like, something like that.
Right.
I'm a learned man, sort of thing. So,
Of course.
when you say, like, where this stuff is going, what do you mean? Like, who I'm handing it to? I handed it to another person. It's different every time. People change shifts and stuff.
Where's it going in the long run?
Now, see, that's a better question, and that's why I'm an astronomer. Now, I think
We
it's
woke
going-
up the right one. You were right. He's the smart one.
I told you. It's always the one that stands guard that's got the thinking brain.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it came from inside this time. You know, so if you guys are in the alleyway, who knows who would come out on top? Maybe you would be answering the questions.
Very likely.
Yeah, extremely likely, actually. Anyways, so I think it's going to. I think it goes all the way to the top. What did it say?
Top of what?
Of the Zentarum. Well, mostly just it's going to my boss, but these are confusing
Who's your
times.
boss?
That's Ursel.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's like
Why would Ursel Floxen be receiving letters from the woman he just went to war with?
yeah. See, that's what I'm getting at. necessarily think it's intended for Urstel. Maybe there's some kind of secret code on the letters that he's not allowed to open them. I've never seen the inside of one of these things, so I don't really know. I just do the deliveries.
Right.
And I rough up a few people every now and then. But, like, that's whatever. That's just normal business. It's trade.
What made you think that it wasn't going to Urstel?
Well, I'm pretty sure Urstel never checked in last night. Yeah, he's pretty missing. So my guess is maybe he didn't make it out of it. Yeah, maybe I'm not supposed to answer that question either. I mean, some of these things seem really, really dangerous for me. I hope that sweetening the deal from your own pockets thing comes with enough for me to just skip and lie low for a while.
I think the thing that I'm most interested about here is what makes you and your people think that this line of communication is safe, having Urstel just soured any potential negotiations with the sender.
Well, it sounds like he thinks that Urstel's not even involved.
Well, no, I think he's involved. I just don't. It's confusing. They had a great relationship. It's just recently people get paranoid, and maybe this. I haven't seen the contents of the letter, but maybe this is something to the effect of like, let's just be friends and go back to the way it was. I mean, we gave them money and they gave us a place to hide out, but
Those are some big leaps for an errand boy.
He's a philosopher.
He is a philosopher. Maybe he's read the cards.
well, I mean,
So Urstel,
I'm sorry, I didn't say that.
Colin
Colin said that.
Nick straight out of here. Not gonna deal with it. Maybe he read the daily newspaper.
Maybe he read the newspaper. That's something that
Philosophers
Written
and
doesn't believe in.
philanthropists and astronomists do, right?
So Urstel attacked the sender of the letter last night.
yes. Well,
Who is
that much
our
we probably know
boss.
more than enough.
Who could reasonably be assumed to harbor some ill will towards your organization now, based on Urstel's actions.
I think you got it wrong.
wait.
I think they don't know who's each other's boss. See, if my philanthropy is correct.
Oh god.
There's no way.
Oh God, are we getting religious here? So, if my philanthropy is correct, I think there was a power struggle between Urstel and the Gralhunds. One of them treated the other like a servant, but the other one knew that they weren't a servant and that they were actually higher on the totem pole, but the other ones just didn't see it that way because they were going out of their way. They don't really recognize like how much both sides are doing for the thing. You know, so I think there's somebody above that was kind of pulling both of them, if I had to guess.
Right. I mean, that's more or less what
Who do you think that
we're trying to
up above person
philosophize about.
Well,
Is-
see, there's a lot of like, sweet rumor around that. You know, they've thrown some words around, some words I'm not supposed to repeat, could be very bad, but like historically, they're saying he's back. So,
Renier's dad.
what? No.
Urstel.
What? No.
Who's back?
Well, guess.
Renier's dad.
Small.
I guess.
No. Guess who's back?
Back again.
Who do we know is / was
The guy who's in the snow
missing?
keep.
No, he just said no 3 times.
Yeah, but if you ask 3 times, then they have to
Okay,
tell you
ask
the
him a
truth.
3rd time.
Renier's dad.
No. Not
Daggle
Daggle.
never ember.
No,
Not
he
him.
doesn't like us.
Who else do we know that's potentially missing that is now back?
The old leader of the Zentarum before the split.
Right. Or maybe someone who is recently coming to town and is trying to make moves in regards to the Zentarum.
Well, I mean, it sounds
someone-
like he just answered the question, right? Like the old leader of the Zentarum before they split.
Cool.
right?
Right.
What
Yeah.
is
Yeah, cool.
Well, you're part of the Zentarum. You should know it. Everybody knows it.
I'm not from around here. You think I memorize everything?
You joined the Zentarum. I'm pretty sure it's in like the rookie handbook.
Well, you know, I haven't quite gotten all the way through the rookie handbook yet.
It's like 2 pages.
I'm not as smart.
I'm illiterate.
Wait, are you people on the wrong side of the Zentarum? There's apparently some other faction running in town that's like people trying to do trade and stuff.
If we were, don't you think we'd know who the old leader of the Zentarum was?
We know they're part of the new Zentarum, so that might not be the case.
Oh my gosh, you're confusing me. Just tell me already.
I'm not
We're
sure.
already paying you out. Oh, you're saying all of a sudden you don't know. because you're not
Listen, it's
smart
a
enough to
dangerous
know.
name. Like, I don't know if there's kind of like, what's that? Like, there's like a high level magic-y thing that they can just tell,
Jerry,
or like they can spy on you and stuff.
I'm a bit of a mage myself, and I don't think that kind of magic necessarily exists. Or if it did, then I think the magic you're more worried about is magic that's already got everybody here in trouble or dead or worse.
Make a social check of some kind. Like,
I have persuasion and deception basically at the same.
okay, we'll say it's a blend of both here because it kind of was a blend of both.
That is a 22.
Okay, they can't be spying on me. Well, okay, listen. You didn't hear. You don't even know my real name, so that's fine, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably this. Okay, maybe we make it a game. All right, a 2-part word.
Okay.
Gender is one side, and then it's like a piece of a. It's what you would call some form of footwear.
I can't even. I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm gonna give myself inspiration for that one.
girl shoes.
I was like, boy sandal.
Probably not girl shoe. Oh, it could be girl shoe. That sounds like an actual name.
Non-binary boot.
But I know the answer, even though I shouldn't know the answer, so it's cheating if I answer it.
Percy, based on that information, you can make a history check.
I would love to make a history check.
Gender?
Have I read the manual? That's a 15.
Starts with the word man.
It definitely rings a bell
What?
for you. Like you figured out
And
this riddle.
Shoon.
No, I said shoe, but yeah, you know the name.
You said gender?
Man is the gender word, and shoe is technically.
Oh yeah,
shoe.
that's actually a D&D guy. I was like, yeah, that's like a name of some dude from some old western or something that I vaguely remember.
He's the D&D guy.
He's the D&D guy. I remember now. Manchu.
It's a lot sillier when you say Manchu instead of Manchun.
Boot, sandal, heel. Who's on first?
I like boy sandal better.
I didn't say it, so I'm.
Do I know of any like particular weight behind this other than being a former member of or a former leader of the Xanathars?
Invoking the name, like, actually tinges on the, like, you feel like there's an ominous presence about the topic.
Okay.
Based on, like, the
Do
knowledge.
we all feel this or just him?
Just him. Like, you acquiring said knowledge was dangerous at the time. Like, it's not, like, this is deep in the finales of, like, the undercurrents of the city.
I
Paco's the keeper of that knowledge.
I overheard some dude talking about him at some point at a bar and then just like never saw that dude again, sort of thing.
Yeah, sort of. Like, you're usually within some level of confidence in the Zentarum to be presented that amount of information.
Okay.
You're not just a typical street thug. And you would realize the efforts that you would have had to have made to even be privy to, like, overhearing that in some capacity.
Okay.
Other than reading page 2 of the employee's handbook.
Yeah,
Right.
There's no employees handbook though.
Well,
so
no,
it's
you
okay.
have to be a member of the Zentarum and also be able to read, which just like automatically puts you at that level.
I know my runes,
Okay, well, I mean,
but that's just a guess. Anyways, Erstel handles all of that. He knows who his boss is, and he talks to him. So my guess is that this is some giant miscommunication that they have to deal with, and once they have dealt with it, I will know where my my place of sleeping is, because it used to be in the compound, but is no longer there because deteriorating circumstances.
Well, it would certainly make sense if Lady Growlhund was able to afford what she was able to afford, because she was being at least partially backed by the old leader of the entire Zentarum organization.
Understand.
Which is a lot bigger of an organization than just the branch here in Waterdeep. But
Hey, Paco, earmuffs for a second.
I mean,
I'm about to say something not so nice.
I overheard the name I shouldn't know, so maybe you don't trust me with the whole, like, I'm also restrained.
I mean, pretty sure he can't.
we go talk somewhere where you can.
Astra, earmuffs if you don't mind. So
Wait, what?
For him.
Oh, okay.
This feels. Wait, your hands are
I
rough.
clap his
Oh,
ears.
Wow!
Okay, while his ears are still ringing,
And then
hold the ringing in.
Just have some
while
cotton
he,
in
so
there.
while he actually is just deafened
Okay, I'm
temporarily.
putting smelling salts and cotton on my list of items
Things to
that I
grab on the way home.
from the shopping trip that don't cost any money.
Okay.
So if this person is behind the Growlhounds, do we give these two the original letter and send them on their way with a story that, I don't know, maybe one of them got a little overzealous and opened it on the way?
That seems fine to me.
It potentially...
I can't really see that going any worse than them not showing up at all.
It would potentially... it would not disrupt the line of communication between the Growlhounds and whoever they're trying to communicate with, but would potentially also endanger us and involve more people tailing us if the letter is indeed about us. But could be an interesting sort of play.
Kind of feel like we're well and truly involved in this situation, regardless of what we do.
How do you feel about that, Asher? It is your letter.
Did I hear you guys whispering?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're
Right.
having a conversation
Yeah.
between the three of us, probably.
I'm doing this to the guy. Are you guys just having this conversation?
I mean, you popped them in the ears, so I'm just real quick,
I put
listen.
cotton in his ears, and then you did the thing.
Okay, so ask me again.
I mean, this guy can totally read lips, and it's not like any of this matters anyway, so...
Paco can't read lips.
I do study in ventriloquism, just to be absolutely
want
honest with you
to-
guys.
Kill them.
I have a
Send them back. We're going to send them back.
Oh, okay.
Do we want to send them
can
back
do
with
that.
the original letter to not break the line of communication and tell them that it was a shithead that opened it?
Sure.
It potentially endangers us by implying that someone from the Zentarum is going to immediately begin tailing us if we are the subject of the letter. But if we're not the subject of the letter, causing more chaos between the factions is always fun.
Okay.
Cool. You have the letter?
Why?
One of us does. I put the letter in his pocket.
Okay. He looks and he's
So
like,
I
is that open?
We were trying to do weird forgery stuff, and we went the haha, you're fucked in the envelope originally.
I speak to.
I take the haha, you're fucked letter out of the envelope and put the original one back in.
He sent it back with an opened letter that just says, "Ah, you're fucked."
In Lady Growlhound's handwriting.
So I say to you in your mind, So are we not gonna kill them, or?
We're gonna let him go.
Okay. All of them?
Yeah, all of them. And then I take the cotton out of Paco's ears, and I'm like, I mean, after all, Paco has to explain to them that what's his face here opened the letter when he wasn't supposed to, and that's why the seal is broken.
Bro, you dick! You know you're not supposed to open those letters. Wink.
I think this is a much better situation than the chaos that would ensue from them just not showing up for work the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Plus, I'm making it out a little bit better than
And
he is.
you know, he doesn't really have to know that the seal's broken until you turn it in. So
No.
but only you have the letter.
I'll work it out.
Yeah.
How do we want to do this most reasonably? I drop the letter in front of him. I drop 2 gold on top of the letter, and then I move to untie just him.
Hey.
For now.
Hey, you make it double that, and I come up with a reason why we have massive headaches and some bruising from some welts of sticks. Maybe it's like we got into a fight with some thugs along the way, and this never happened ever.
Maybe being brawled with some Xanathar fellows who tried to stop you.
Yeah, I mean, we might have been heroes. Maybe that's how the letter got open.
Maybe we're
Very
we're
prettily.
maybe we're working for the Xanathars. Yeah, we beat you up and you don't know who we are, but we're Xanathar thugs.
Possible. I go ahead and drop another 2 gold on the envelope.
Thank you, sir. Thank you kindly. And if actually, instead of in the envelope, you could just put it in my pocket so my friend here doesn't have to see it.
I put the envelope in his pocket.
Okay. No, yeah, I'm mostly just like, I'm dropping the gold on the envelope on the ground in front of him, sort of thing.
His eyes like, oh, yes, please. And then, like, when you untie him, he picks him up and he puts them in different pockets so that it doesn't clink around.
Oh, that's smart.
You have 4 pockets?
We've got more. It's fashion and Waterdeep.
I have 4 pouches.
I have pouches.
It's like Final Fantasy, but pockets instead of belts.
Is that a Final Fantasy thing? Lots of belts?
Lots of belts. Well, it was a pleasure doing business.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, done and dusted.
Also, just imagine cargo pants on everyone.
Oh no. Why did Waterdeep just get so much worse to
Jinkos.
the place to live?
Jinko's just covered in pockets.
Did you want to let him go, or did you want me to free him once Ral and I are done here? He's pointing to the dude that you guys have left smoking in the corner. Like he's just smoldering at this point.
Yeah, no, I'll go let him out of here first. You go scurry on by. You didn't see nothing, kid.
You get on out of here.
You get out of here.
Pleasure doing business with you. I liked what you gave me. That was great. And with this gold,
Stop by the tobacco shop.
I'm gonna stop by the tobacco shop. I think I'm a customer. So y'all have a good day.
We should get a sponsor.
I was just gonna say we're actually endorsed by the tobacco shop. Honestly, this was all
No,
publicity
very specifically
stunts
not.
to
Don't
get-
do business with this tobacco shop.
No, never again.
All right, we get the heck out of here.
All right.
Do that.
You guys do so successfully.
I've got a crazy idea.
Wait, you have a crazy idea. That's my job.
Now, it's gonna sound pretty outrageous. I think that we should stop by the Tiger's Eye Detective Agency and ask them about the footwear fella.
The feet guy.
I mean, yeah.
The
If he's
footwear fella.
the guy sandal.
Oh, yes, the footwear fellow we just learned about. Guy Sandal. Or Boy Sandal, I'm sorry. I like our code name for him. That's good. That's good. You know, they had one for Voldemort.
I mean,
we have one for
just in case. I was like 80% lying when I said that they can't cast that kind of magic. I'm honestly not that sure. Oh, fellow croc, yeah.
fellow croc.
I mean, if everyone wears cargo shorts, you could be like gentleman boat shoe.
Spurries.
Lady Ugg.
Sir Spurry. Oh, Sir Spurry just sounds like a fucking name, though.
I'm so out of this.
Okay,
Get me out.
Gentleman cowboy.
Do you actually want to go to the tiger's eye?
I think so. I think that so we have this seed of information that they're of one of the potential higher up / new-ish higher up or returning higher up, shaking up the fabric of the Zentarum, right? And it's not Star Song.
Yeah.
Who I was like, okay, if it's actually just Star Song shows back up and pretends to be the good guy Zentarum, but he's actually the old leader of the Zentarum here to retake his position, that'd be pretty great. Might still be, I don't know, but with this, like, we have a potential of
That's a sick plot.
we have a potential line between this Manchun guy and the Grauhuns as like the person who could potentially be their like sponsor, right? So what we need is to shore up that like thread and / or figure out who this guy is and like what moves he is moving and shaking.
Davil Star Song is Manchun in disguise. Pretending to be good guys in Tarum will actually be bad guys in Tarum.
Yeah.
That's 5 head.
Can you please describe what 5 head means?
It is, you know, you have a 4 head and it's right here. Well, what if you had a 5 head? It'd be bigger, right?
Or
if you
like
have
a
a big
17
brain.
head.
5 head just means you have a big brain. Your
Which
4
is-
head becomes a 5 head.
Which is a reuse of the original meaning of 5 head, which is to say that they had a really high
15.
hairline.
17 head. Davil right here at like 16 is where Davil Star Song is Manchun in disguise.
Yeah.
You'd probably
You can up
notice
the
that kind
number
of
of
brain
heads
on, though.
to indicate a larger brain size for your. But most people, no matter how intelligent you are, typically stop at 5 head for the most part.
Yeah. Typically.
The biggest, smoothest brain play I've ever seen.
I want you to know, on American's Next Top Model, Tyra Banks talks about a 5-finger forehead and how it impacted her modeling career
Yeah.
Yeah.
because she has an overly larger than average forehead.
Don't most models have a large forehead?
Yeah, probably because Tyra Banks.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Fuck it up. So we know we have this small thread, right? We previously had nothing. It was
Small
just
thread,
like
big forehead.
Grauhun and then the universe. And now it's like Grauhun, and then we kind of have the Manchun guy who could potentially be their like guy. So we either want to pull at this thread to see how secure it is, or we want to figure out what this dude's motives are, because his motives will become the Grauhun's motives, and that's kind of what we're here. The higher ups are kind of what we're trying to figure out.
All right. Let's say we go to the Tiger's Eye. How much money are we willing to drop on? Say like the more money we drop, the more better information we got. It's just like a linear progression. How much money are you willing to spend at the Tiger's Eye? If he's like, yeah, for that information about Boy Sandal, you'll need 2,000 gold or something like that. Like, where's our threshold?
I mean, 2,000 gold would not be undoable, but would hurt pretty significantly. Because we could pull 2,000 gold out of our like party fund area right now, and we would still be like in the green, right? But I think 2,000 gold probably potentially be a little bit much. It just kind of depends on like what.
I don't need to know what the guy fucking ate for breakfast. You know what I mean? I don't need to know his second cousin's birthday. I don't need to know what his favorite color is. I need to know basic information. I'm trying to do not a criminal record search on him, but just like, is this guy actually this guy? Cool. I just need a driver's license number. Cool. That's it. You know.
I think that we should be flexible in like, because we haven't done this before, so we don't actually know what the prices generally look like. But I think that like, considering that this is potentially a very like highfalutin, like we're not asking about like we're not asking for information about Toothless, you know. We're asking for information about like a real hard hitter.
Hey, I'd really like to know what the leader of the United States military sent in that secret docket to the President of the United States yesterday. Could you tell me what's in that docket? Would cost a lot more money than, hey, what did my neighbor eat for breakfast this morning?
There's also a little bit of a caveat there, right? Like, this is just a PI in some ways.
He might also literally just tell us, hell no, I'm not putting my foot in that water.
He might be just completely useless.
I mean, I think that
He sounded magical. I don't know.
I think that he's very good at his job, for sure. I think that there is inevitably a point in everyone's career where they're like, nah, I don't think either that's going to be out of our price range or it's going to be out of his like willingness to do it range.
Well, if my theory is correct and that he's actually a Rakshasa, then
What's that?
Okay, yeah.
I have no basis for this other than he says tiger's eye, and Rakshasas typically have, or one common form that Rakshasas take is having a tiger's head. But they're like
What is a
very powerful devils who disguise themselves as people and usually try and weave their way into political situations and like, I forget what all they do, but they do a bunch of evil stuff. They're like really bad guys. They're also really, really powerful magic users.
They got backwards hands.
They also have backwards hands. Their hands are on backwards. Well, that's one of the ways that they show up. They can have all kinds of weird like setups.
Backwards hands. But yeah, so I think that
They're not backwards for a cat.
I think that we should ask.
They're just weirdly back. They have paw hands though.
I think that we should go to the Tiger's Eye and ask him if he's even willing to like dig up anything in regards to this. Mostly, I think that we should try to ask about the explicitly, not necessarily information about Manchun, but information about the Zentarum and the Growlhound's dealings with each other. Because I think that would probably be more fruitful for us.
Okay.
I think that because we have currently Mert, we're talking to the boat people. We now have this connection, which can also possibly tie in with the boat people at some point. And now all we would need to do is like talk to the Tiger's Eye and then potentially go talk to the Mistra people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable to me.
Cool. We head back home and back to the Tiger's Eye.
Tiger's Eye
Unless-
is not shut down because you haven't given them any business.
Oh, no. Unless, I guess if the Temple of Mistra is like on the way, because I know we're kind of in the fancy. We're not far from where we live, right? I don't remember.
You guys are like, it's getting close to night, and you guys are not far from where you live. It would still take you a good journey to the Temple of Mistra, which is in the Sea Ward.
Oh yeah.
You could accomplish it. It would just be super, super late by the time you guys got back to the Tiger's Eye.
Yeah. I think we should probably just head home because we have been at this for a while, doing a lot of shopping. It's been a full day, and then head back and try to talk to the Tiger's Eye guy and take it from there.
Cool.
Because we potentially, hypothetically, possibly have information that he might even be interested in as part of his service.
He pays us.
No.
I'm sure there's a situation that would exist where we could go to him with information and get paid.
Yes.
But I don't think this is it.
Yes. But also...
Maybe a discount.
Possibly a discount, but I also think that our last information that we received from him was on the house based on the potential of further communications between us.
Which we really followed up well.
It's only been like a week, okay? We do that.
Okay. It is past dusk by the time that you guys go there. Just the last remnants of the horizon are bleeding colors into the sky when you guys arrive back into Trollskull Alley.
Perfect time to talk to a private investigator.
Yeah. We swing by his shop to see if he is potentially still open.
Knock.
Let me pull up the page. Okay. So just as a brief reminder, this private detective's business is unremarkable on the outside. Its only distinguishing mark is an orange and black sign featuring a cat's eyes.
Eye or eyes?
Eyes.
This whole time. My immersion.
I
Well,
was imagining
One eye.
one eye.
it is called the Tiger's Eye.
Yeah. Does one of the eyes have like a slash through it that
No.
indicates that it's a blinded eye?
No. So it's like very. The drapes were pulled on the front of the abode, and you guys go up and knock.
Mm-hmm.
No.
No.
I stand on the end of the stairs.
Okay. You see a closed sign currently, like facing outward.
One of you go.
If it says it's closed, then are we so high and mighty that we ignore closed signs?
No, but at the same time, I feel like this is the kind of business that closed signs mean very little.
I don't know, I imagine the guy like sleeps and stuff, and like maybe has a family and maybe eats dinner and stuff.
Probably potentially, yeah.
You've been
Wait.
in his place. You did not see any kind of a semblance of a family there.
Disguises his family's furniture.
I mean, if I were an incredibly powerful private investigator, I would hide my family very well too. Wouldn't want them
That's
to get
furniture.
targeted.
That's furniture.
Polymorphed into
Polymorph.
furniture.
Polymorph potions.
Okay, so, I mean, we can head home and wait. That seems fine and reasonable.
It's the very non-adventurer thing to do.
Listen, we had a full day.
Yeah. You guys paying attention to nappy time?
Yeah, we do that.
I mean, I won't fight hard if you really want. But like,
No, I'm totally fine with waiting until tomorrow. We got all the time in the world, hypothetically.
right? Like no one's gonna. We have the stone. No one can get to the treasure, but us.
Well, you don't have the stone.
Well, the stone is in an impenetrable fortress until
That
we
is
bring
my-
it out. We just take the month off. We've been working hard.
We head home, have a drink, and call it for the evening.
Like as you guys are leaving, Vincent, who was standing behind the door, steps out and ominously turns the sign back to open. Walks back in.
Does he actually?
Heart's being silly.
He could have. You could have made that happen.
I could have. It was
You still have the opportunity.
yeah, but then you guys like turn around and you're like, hey, and then we have a conversation.
Yeah.
That's very much not what he wants.
All right. Tomorrow we have that same
Tomorrow.
conversation.
Yeah, but it doesn't include him standing there behind the door being silly. Flume shows up at your establishment quite often to try and bum drinks off of Liv. And I say bum in the most precarious ways. Like, he pays for it,
Right.
in essence, but like...
In essence? What is that? How do you pay for our drinks with essence?
well, most of it is Liv telling him that he's been cut off, because Flume tends to show up once he's drunk.
He shows up when everyone else has cut him off.
Yeah.
And is
He
like,
shows up for therapy and
You
support.
think that after showing up and being told no enough times, he'd be like, this place isn't the place to go to get drinks when
That's
I'm
not how humans work.
Yeah, he gets like, every now and then he gets a drink out of it. Like, and sometimes like this is his first stop, so within reason.
his lift.
Liv is
And Liv is
has
still
a
like,
definitive
you're
idea
cut
on what
off.
it means of like, you can only get so wasted while here.
Liv literally is like, you just showed up. This is your first stop. You're sober. I'm cutting you off.
Okay, yeah, you guys sleep eventlessly, and it is now morning.
Long rest.
Chores are taken care of. Your solicitor probably stops by. I was like, oh, nice of you guys to show up. And then you guys continue about your day.
Sick.
No, he wasn't sick.
Oh.
All right.
Wake up mage armor myself.
I wake up in the morning
Pigment.
feeling
So, on the docket for today, we have
Where did this word come from? Y'all drop it. Drop. That's like the third time y'all have said docket. Stop
Why do you
it.
not like that word? Is it like a work word or something?
Yeah, it's a work word.
Oh.
No work words.
no work words allowed.
Definitely not a work word for me, but I will try and not use the word.
Is it a work word for you?
I mean, we actually have docketing stuff at work.
Yeah.
It's all over Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't correlate.
For me, it's what they call their like show lineup for the NLSS. It's their docket is like Spelunky and then Fall Guys and then
Hey guys,
Quick
what's on the
Flash.
docket today?
So
I don't know how he talks. So.
for today,
Like a Bostonian thug. Hey guys,
Hey,
what's
guys,
on the docket for today?
I know he's
So
false,
we need to go to the Tiger's Eye, have a quick conversation with him, or a long conversation with him, whatever ends up happening. And then we need to go to the Temple of Mistra and talk to them. And that's close to being it. We can still
Go
go
to the city
and
of the dead.
we do have something to do in the City of the Dead.
I don't know if we is.
Right.
Yeah,
I
no,
think-
we go underneath the city of the dead and find the old ruin.
Oh yeah.
That was kind of called out as like a, hey,
I
this
can
is
also
where
double it as a date.
this
okay?
is where the safe that Mert remembers is,
Mhm.
but also people aren't generally very happy with people fucking around in the City of the Dead.
He
Particularly,
was basically like,
underneath
Why
it.
not?
one, you're not allowed to go there, and two, it's empty, so don't go there. Was
Which is
basically what Mike
exactly
said.
what someone would say.
if they
there
were
was a
controlled by the
vault of
DM. And
So there is that. We can potentially go talk to or try to do more / get more from the Graalhoons,
I
right?
mean, it really kind of depends on what we learn today, I think.
Yeah.
What our next steps are.
I think that seems pretty reasonable. We head back over to the Tiger's Eye at a very business hours time.
Okay. It is early morning. You guys have eaten, as you do. You show up.
Mhm.
The sign now reads open.
Nice. God.
Okay. We
Step
go
inside.
in,
Walk this way.
talk this way.
Yeah, we knock on the door /
talk
go
this
in.
way. Just
And so there you hear the rummaging of footsteps down the hallway from the entryway of the building, and in short order, you hear a latch coming undone and opening up. You see the familiar sight of Vincent Trench.
Do you have a description for how he appears?
He's a human detective, and he speaks concisely, dresses in a sharp suit, and smokes a slim pipe.
Fair enough.
I guess it's
You're
his hands are back.
you're trying to do the...
Inside is a regal apartment that's dimly lit by flickering oil lamps.
He had like really super nice furniture, right?
Yes. He looks well-to-do as a
Yeah.
private eye.
Well, I mean, I think the last time there was like a noble lady in his
That was...
that hysterical noble lady.
Yeah, that was around the explosion ceremony.
Yeah.
She was his customer at the time that the thing happened, and she came out and saw things that were telling.
So yeah, we come in. Morning, Vincent.
Good morning.
We have business to discuss.
Business is a favorite of mine. Come in. Would you guys like some tea?
Sure. That'd be lovely.
Very well. Just a moment. You may take a seat in the arranged furniture.
It's family.
He, about 3 or 4 minutes, comes back with a steaming pot of water and has several cups that he sets from a platter onto a center table amongst the joined furniture that seemed very evident to be where business is conducted. You see a small lacquer box that has a few pipe stems that are set on it in a small tray of some kind of tobacco in the center of it. He sets down 3 cups because you declined, and there seems to be loose leaves inside the cups that he then pours steaming water over.
Do I know what kind of leaves are in the cup?
The minty. Right? And while it steeps, he begins thumbing a pipe full of tobacco and offers anybody to partake as well.
I'll pass.
I do not pass on this.
Okay. He offers you a pipe then, if that is what you wish to take, or accept your own.
I do the pipe.
Okay. So he packs it and then lights it, hands you the pipe, and then you can also smell that this one seems to have like a orange kind of rind, sort of smell and taste to it.
Orange rind.
We come both bringing information and seeking it.
Wonderful. Let's get to know each other a little bit. What is it that you bring, and what is it that you seek?
Well, I think starting with the more difficult of topics, we are seeking information about Manchun.
A difficult topic indeed. That is a name that carries a lot of weight behind it. Information does not come freely.
Certainly not. I'm not certain to what extent information we seek is, or we don't know much about him, only a loose association.
And I'm not certain to what extent you guys are willing to provide for said information.
Well,
How much does something like this cost? I know that tobacco cost.
a tobacco amount.
I enter whatever her average was yesterday.
Okay.
Like blah 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 per blah blah blah. I know that that's how much that cost, and I know that if I were to go down to the cleaning guild or whatever, it would cost them X amount for their services to clean her in. How much does this cost?
How much is based on how much? The cost mostly comes in any of the dangers associated with acquiring it, and the rarity of said information, the time that it takes, and, dangers that are involved, probably most heavily. Something like Manchun often comes with danger, and that would probably be the main driver of the cost associated. Things that are much more trivial, like a lady wanting to know whether or not she's being cheated on and how many mistresses her noble husband has, have certain price amounts that stem in like the 50s to hundreds of dragons. Stuff like this. Depends on how much information you want.
If I wanted to know what Manchun ate for breakfast this morning and where he ate it, how much would something like that cost? As an example.
So, to play this cat and mouse game, that's really difficult to answer you, because part of it is driving the bargain of how much the information is worth. Giving away that price up front would probably tell you details as to how easily accessible it is for me. But if that is not a question that you intend to ask, that is probably not something I wish to answer.
I think that the specifically the information that we're looking for is sort of general information about the man, the myth, the legend, and because personally I've heard the name, but I don't know much about him.
It's surprising that you've heard the name.
We've heard the name very recently, as well as I've heard it once or twice in the past. And then outside of that, we're specifically looking into connections or sponsorships. We happen to have a tenuous connection between them and a noble family in the in Waterdeep, and
Which is part of the information we'd be potentially willing to disclose, given
but
our
the-
bargaining state. Obviously.
we're kind of looking for other alliances or threads that would either shore up that connection or enlighten us to others that are potentially in the city.
So, if he says Manchun is in town, alive and well, and is pitting the Zentarum against the Growlhounds, or using what is his name?
Ursula Floxen.
Ursula
The dead guy?
Watson and the Growlhounds, and he's playing them all against each other.
I'd also like to know if Ursula's alive or dead. I think that would be a useful piece of information to know.
Yep.
Thing is, what do we do with that information? It gives us nothing. It gives us no actionable item.
I think it gives me something.
Like what?
I think that, depending on whether Urstul is alive or dead, kind of gives information about what the state of the Zentarum are in. And also,
Like, if Ursula's
if
alive,
he's going to keep taking action, and what his next actions might be, and do we need to, follow his lead further if he's still alive? If he's dead, then, maybe he's not worth our time
So maybe
anymore.
we don't ask about Manchun.
Well, I want to know about Manchun, too.
Yeah, but what does Manchun give us? You can know all,
I mean, we're here
all
to-
the information in the world about Rhaenyra's dad.
we're trying to figure out what the we're trying to figure out who's sponsoring the Growlhounds and why they're sponsoring the Growlhounds.
Okay, let's say
And
that it's Manchun.
Okay.
What do we do with that information?
We can start digging more heavily into the Zentarum, for
Well,
example.
But didn't Mert
if we-
tell us that we had to go find that information? That was what he told us we had to go do.
that was one of the threads that we were needing to pull on. If we knew for a fact that Xanathar had a piece of the stone, right? What do we do with that information? Do we do nothing with that information, or do we try to lean on the Xanathar Guild and get information and try to catch it in transit or something like that?
I'm not sure that knowing that they have it or not knowing that they have it makes a difference. I think we assume that they have one, so we just go start busting down hideouts.
What hideout are we gonna go bust down?
Like,
All of them?
us finding out if Manchun is a part of this, it doesn't... I'm just not sure what it would give us.
Well, I think the way that you're kind of phrasing that is like, we don't need to know anything about anything. Let's just start go busting heads. And I think the biggest thing that's been stopping us from doing this the whole time is all the big heads are way bigger than us, so we can't bust them. So we gotta try and like be tactful in who we're busting. And
Okay,
we
so-
don't know where to start busting. So we're trying to find information about like, okay, who's actually important, who's actually doing stuff, who's got the goods that we're after, and where are those goods at?
So, yeah, I think those are important questions.
Okay.
But, like, let's say that there's a Gray Shadow. Gray Shadow used to work in the Tower of Mistra. It was a big important figure that may or may not be alive, or may or may not be in Waterdeep. Like, yeah, but like, where's the hideout? Where's the actionable item? Where was the last seen piece or the eye or the thing of the Stone of Lore?
So that's the kind of information that's definitely going to break the bank, though.
Yeah, I just don't think that Manchun's gonna get us anywhere, and I don't want to pay emptily like towards something.
You guys are obviously deep in discussion. I'm going to go refresh the tea. And Vincent stands up and walks out of the room for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, honestly.
So, I mean,
I think that
I felt that like every piece of information we've gotten so far, every time we get a new piece of data, a new piece of the puzzle, it's moved us forward.
Okay, yeah. So,
But I don't know how to
I
answer your question, because I get that idea of just like, okay, we know the backstory of Manchun and who he was as a person and who his best friends are. Like, great. That who the heck cares? I don't care what Xanathar's pet's name is either. Like, what are we gonna do with that information? So we wanna like spend our money wisely. Like, hey, we worked hard for this money. Spend it on stuff that's very directly useful, get the most out of this that we can, and I think that's important. So I agree to that. The thing that's in my head that's in the most important right now is like, who's controlling the Xanathar, or who's controlling the Zentarum Guild right now, and are all the pieces working together? And that's kind of like, if Ursul's, cause the information we got about the letter passing and stuff so far leads me to believe that like, Urstul and Manchun aren't exactly on the same page, right? But they're both connected to the Zentarum. So who's in charge and who's in charge of what? And like, is Urstul still even alive? Is he out there doing stuff still? Is he potentially alive with a piece of the Stone of Lore right now? Or is he dead and so Manchun has all the Zentarum's stake in this?
Manchun, Urstul, Stone of Lore.
Okay. So I think that the questions that we're looking to ask / get answers for are why, so you're saying we don't need to know anything about Manchun as a person. And we also don't need to know Manchun's like motivations because we know he's after the Stone of the Lore. We want to confirm that Manchun is the one behind, like the one sponsoring the people that we think he is, and then we want to see if Urstul Floxen is alive.
In order of importance, Urstul Floxen, and then Manchun, and then the Stone of Lore is where Astra has fallen on this.
I will say that personally, like, a good chunk of the like curiosity here is the same curiosity of like, what about the wizard that's on the other side of the lake in Cursestrahd and Barovia, right? Like that idea of like, I want to know the thing. Like it's a cool thing. I want to know
Or
the thing.
what's inside the big tower that no one can get into.
Yeah, or
Like-
in this campaign.
No, I get it. I just don't like. The thing is, the reason why we didn't go to the other side of the lake to deal with the wizard, and the reason why we're not spending all of our resources getting into the tower that no one can get into, is because it's the actual time and resource sink. So like I know that this is. I know we have a ticking time bomb. And I just don't want to. You literally just told the DM, yeah, we've got 2,000 gold that we can barter with, and I don't want the DM to go, yeah, let's get all the 2,000 gold spent, you know. So then we're broke. So then we have to work for it. You know what I mean?
I think you have to assume that the prices for things are fixed, and like if you go into every situation with, because I have 5,000 gold, I'm going to be charged 5,000 gold for a fishing rod. Then
Astra is not curious about any of these things.
Well, it's also
But-
kind of unfair to be like, the DM's going to charge you 2,000 because that's the number that you said.
that's not what I was trying to say.
Also, Eerie is not curious about any of these things. So y'all can decide, but I think Astra as a character would say Urstal, then Manshoon, and then anything Stone of Lore related is what she'd be willing to price point pay for in that order.
Yeah. Like, I don't have any intention of asking Vincent about Stone of Galore stuff because that would be, like, actual break the bank things. Also, asking him, like, what color shirt Manshoon is wearing today would probably be in the breaking the bank level of things. But, like, information about who Manshoon is as a person, potentially, like, could be relevant information.
Yeah, it seems like stuff that could be
Understanding their-
found in like a back book in the forbidden section of the library. That it's like that kind of information maybe isn't easily accessible to us, but is more easily accessible for someone like him, and so we can just pay for the service kind of thing.
And to elaborate a little bit on the mentality of the question and why he refused to ask it earlier, by revealing the price point, he also reveals whether or not he's going to be doing that thing. And so it behooves him, right, to not be forthcoming with things that don't actually have importance to the conversation.
Yeah, I think we should drop any expectation of getting an actual price point until we ask an actual question.
So I would like to ask an actual question, if you guys are okay with it.
Yeah.
I would like to ask if Urstal Floxen is alive.
Cool.
I would like to ask if Urstal Floxen is alive.
Okay. So once your conversation dies down a little bit, he reads the room as it were, and he comes walking back in carrying another steaming pot. And
Another spot of tea.
Steaming anything.
I'm afraid.
he comes back in from microwaving a burrito that was sitting in his freezer.
Don't make me hungry.
Um,
Steaming burrito. Just still doesn't make it better, man.
I'm not a big fan of that word either, not gonna lie.
Steaming.
It's just one of those words.
the outer parts of it still moist from condensation. Anyway, so he sits down and pours another glass of tea, nothing is steep, and he sits in front of you and says, "Come to a decision."
Yes, we'd like to know if Urstal Floxen is alive or dead. And I don't really ask this with the intention of that I'm talking to a genie, if you catch my drift.
Well, what kind of explanation are you wanting? A yes or a no, or do you want reasoning behind it?
If he's alive, presumably we would also like to know where he is, or some information on his whereabouts.
Right, if he's alive but half dead in a ditch and no longer associated with the Zentarum, that's effectively dead.
I think that
And if he's
Maybe if
dead,
we
do
give-
we care who killed him?
give our information, it'll shed some light on why we're seeking this information and why it will be relevant to us.
Right.
So we did a job recently for the Grauhoons, in which Urstal Floxen had apparently cut his ties with both the Zentarum and the Grauhoons and decided to take a small faction to attack them. But Lady Gralhoun told us that he failed and was killed, but we didn't interact with him while we were on the compound, so we're not entirely sure if that's true or if it's part of the tangled web that is being weaved.
I see. So I'll restate the question from earlier. What is it that you come prepared to offer? Assuming that you have more questions following this, you can take. Rest assured, I will not take advantage. I have peculiar pricing scheme.
I don't know what that means.
He's asking us to make a price point.
I have no idea. 5 gold. Like that's the whole thing we just got over discussing, is that we came into the shop literally knowing no idea what prices are like for these kinds of things. But I have no concept of understanding how dangerous it would be to know if Urstel Floxton is alive or dead, because I don't know his situation. If he's on a dead messenger board somewhere, then the danger is incredibly low to you. But if he's hidden away in some underground Xanathar compound, then the danger is very high. And the cost difference for those would be astronomical.
I think that the correct answer is that we're willing to pay whatever price the information comes at.
Except for my life. I will not be paying my life.
Or we're willing to consider any price and decline if the price is too high. I don't...
Okay, very well. For this, 15 gold.
That's acceptable. We gladly.
It's a little bit Percy thinking to himself, we really struggle with getting specific price points, and then NPCs asking us to name price points.
It's
big struggle.
It's a big, yeah.
Yeah, we would
I just want you
gladly
to know,
pay that. I think that
if we walked into a froyo shop and I was like, yeah, give me some froyo, and they'd be like, well, how much do you want to pay for this froyo? I'd be like,
$0.
You guys are being a
Your
little
froyo
bit
for free.
disingenuous with that, right? Like, you got direct price points for your Bolacaster, you've got direct price points for anything that you wanted in your handbooks and
Yeah,
your
we
potions.
get it for most things. When we don't get it, I'm like, why though? Stop.
I think 15 gold is fine as a player. As a character, I'm not really a part of this conversation, so.
Urstel is not alive.
Urstel is dead.
okay.
15 gold.
I think that the
15 guys.
other information that we would be potentially looking for is in regards to the Gralhoons and their ties to the Zentarum / Manshoon himself. We know that there was someone who's been sponsoring and helping to distribute the Nimble Rats in the city. We just aren't entirely sure that if it's the same person with a specific goal. I guess we're trying to learn a little bit more about the relationship between the Gralhoons and the Zentarum as it stands. Because we assume that they would be their ties would be broken basically immediately with Urstel's actions, but we have other information that suggests that isn't quite the case.
Especially if Urstel's dead now, whoever's in charge of the Zentarum groups now may have a different disposition or a different set of agreements with the Gralhoons, or not.
There is a range of things that kind of work around several of the things that you mentioned. I would condense it to one question first and proceed from there, based on how you guys like to do business so far.
What's in this tea?
Mint
Just mint?
and a few other things. I have a lady prepared for me.
Tabby?
No.
Oh. What's the name of the people that have the Fern?
They're a local tea shop. I haven't been to a local tea shop around here yet.
There's a few. I used to go to Fala down the street for a while, but I've pretty much run through their range of options, so currently seeking new interests.
Okay. So
I could try and make
condensing questions. What is the current agreement, or that word is very pointed. I don't need it to be so pointed. Ambiguous. What is the current link between the Zentarum and the Growlhund estate? What is their current state of affairs, a relationship, agreement, whatever you want to call it? It's hard to call it something without knowing what it is.
I have a couple responses. One is worth 50 gold, one is worth 100, and the other one is worth 200. There might be further questions that arise from differing amounts too, so I'm leaving room to grow.
350 gold for all three?
Oh, you only need to choose one. If you choose the 50 and decide you want more, then you can keep.
Sounds like it's like a
200.
more and more and more and more.
We'll do the 200 gold one.
I agree with you.
Yeah. This seems like an important question.
The Growlhunds are in a tedious employment by the Zentarum.
They're bored.
Things are still arising, and this is where the more questions may come in. But Erstal was employing them. Erstal was, you could call it living with them. The Growlhunds were sponsoring the Zentarum, a hideout, if you will. They had a base of residence on the estate, and were partners for a good amount of time. The relationship, as I could see it, was that Erstal helped float some investments, if you will, for the Growlhunds, and in order to give clean appearances. The other side was that they became in league with the Zentarum through various reasons, one of which was that laundering scheme, at the cost of giving the Black Network a strong foothold with nobility. Now, the Growlhunds were a minor noble house, but they are definitely seeking farther-reaching places, and this was their way of perhaps turning that into something more. And I believe they were on a good route for it, because the allies that they were making they were more powerful than Erstal. Erstal worked for, and does work for, that man that you speak of. Whether or not he will be brought back is questionable. But that does leave a very big power vacuum, at least in the estate currently.
Right.
The real question becomes is, with the direct connection to the Black Network and the Growlhund severed, does that connection still exist? I don't necessarily have the complete answers, as those things are still developing.
This is something that you would give back to us at when that information becomes available to you?
We could talk price points for that.
That was the question that we asked. What is the current state of the relationship between the Zentarum and the Growlhund's estate?
You are given the current state based on what I just said.
So currently, everything is kind of in flux.
Yes, now as for maybe other information that would color that, I'm pretty sure the Growlhunds want to keep that. But then comes the question of why Erstal was attacking the Growlhund estate, and presumably why Erstal killed the Lord of the House. There is an item of which you guys are keenly aware of great importance to a lot of different sects, as it were. And possession of said item would put any person in grave danger, clearly. Now, it is to be believed that said item was in possession of one of the nobility of the estate until just recently. The reason for that, though, I think ties back to the explosion that happened here in our own doorsteps. That possession, that transfer, I think you guys are already privy to much of that knowledge, so I will spare you those. But, with that being said, if they were both working for the same person, then why would they attack each other? Can only be led to presume that some amount of paranoia got to one of them, or if not both of them. There's always this weird dynamic when you are working for each other, but also for some higher being. Maybe there was a power struggle. Maybe that paranoia led one to acting. Maybe this item that was intended for their higher up was suddenly no longer directly intended for it. Maybe somebody had greater ambitions.
There's no honor among thieves kind of situation.
I would state that that's probably extremely accurate. And because of that, maybe things blew up.
That's a reasonable explanation for the situation.
I also believe Ersta was here in the neighborhood, was he not, on the day of the explosion?
He was.
And I would know that the Nimblewright was employed by the Growlhunds based on certain things I'm aware of and matching to some of what your story was about. So why were both people here in their representing fashion? Maybe more ties to that paranoia coming about. They're probably... I can guarantee you that Erstal had higher connections in the Black Network, but maybe the Growlhunds were seeking to cut out the middleman, as it were, and move their position up not only in nobility, but with the Black Network as well.
Definitely
Now,
would
with
seem
Erstal
that-
dead, that's a greater link, another stepping stone closer towards
It is an
those higher
opportunity.
connections.
It is an opportunity, so you can see that their relationship is complicated in the sense of, if they still had their item, it would probably be a very good deal for them. But seeing as the current state of things are not that way, they might be in more trouble.
It definitely seems like Erstal and the Growlhoons got a little bit too big for their britches once they actually got their hands on their bargaining chip. I think that the I think that based on the wording and delivery of the message that we found between the Zentarum and the Growlhoons, they seem to still be on speaking terms with at least some portion of the Zentarum. Though it definitely wasn't, or hypothetically wasn't, the Growlhoons trying to break off and make a run for it. Would be
Yeah, I mean,
more on Erstal to have
Maybe it was a plea.
could be.
I don't think the Growlhunds want to move, and Lady Growlhund now has...
What if?
okay, I'm ready.
So what we know so far is noble houses want to move up in the noble house rankings.
Yeah,
Gangs and thugs want to move up in their... Is that the Black Network is like a black market, right?
Of sorts, very much so.
It's not just...
It's not like a bazaar where you just walk up and say, I wish to purchase illegal goods. They deal in a more macro scale.
the giant, the overarching criminal underground.
Yes.
Yeah, they want
Like
to. The Zentarum want to gain more territory, gain more followers, gain more work, gain more money.
It's the infrastructure.
So the Growlhoons went to bigfollows.com, right? Like
Yes.
they're like, hey, what does this lady want from the Black Network? And she wants clout, right? And she thinks that working with the Black Network will get her higher standing with with the other noble houses.
And she's already been actively like benefiting from it, right?
In the Zentarum, as like an organization, we're like, you can work with Erstal. He's part of our organization. You can work with Erstal, and you'll work together, and you'll do this like money laundering, which they were doing. And they were gaining power and gaining money, and then this situation with the stone happened where it was like, Lady Grothlund's like, I have the stone, I can use this to get above just my connection with Erstal and get connected with the higher ups of the Zentarum, the more important people. I can move my way up higher. And Urstal's like, if I get that stone, I'm fucking big shot. So I want that stone. And also, like, 50,000 dragons, or actually that's our cut. So 500,000 dragons hiding in the vaults. Like, I want that money. So, like, big, shiny Ark of the Covenant kind of situation.
Do you say all this stuff in front of him? I'm assuming this is a conversation that is being had by you guys right now.
No, because we're trying to hide information. We're trying to filter information to him on a paying situation, right?
But that's up to you guys. You guys are talking openly right now, right?
Okay, so
Have conversations like this away from situations like this.
Mm-hmm.
We've already been burned by this once in this conversation. So we can continue this talk later.
yeah, I mean,
Right, because he could react to said things that are being said here. Right?
Just excited about the stuff.
so no,
true.
I will actively say what I said in front of him.
Bigfollows.com?
Yeah, bigfollows.com.
I think that the bigfollows.com is probably the hint that was a meta conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's.
But if you if
reminding us of hints
so
from previous
I
sessions.
will just say, yeah, no, like, so what we know about the situation so far, what we've discovered and through what you tell us is she wants to gain clout by using the Black Network through the money laundering thing, and something happened between them, and her husband's dead, Ursula Floxen's dead. This got us nowhere.
I think that the question that currently
We paid for
is
information
at
that does nothing for us.
I think that the question that we're currently standing at is, why did, if Ursula Floxen was already on the cusp of retrieving the item, why did Lady Grahund also send her Nimblerat as an assassin to retrieve the item, as well as nearly killing Erstal in the process? If the higher-ups in the Zentarum actually provided the Grahunds with the Nimblerat, then the Grahunds used that Nimblerat to essentially attack the Zentarum.
I would, the way, and I'm talking in this situation, the way I understand these organizations and criminal groups to work, right? Like, the wills of the Zentarum are not always necessarily the wills of Ursula Floxen, right? If he's like, I want this stone, I'm gonna use this as my ticket up to the big shots. And she's like, I want the stone, I'm gonna use this as my ticket to the big shots. Then, like, just because they both are working for the Zentarum doesn't mean they're not gonna go at odds with each other.
I think
right?
you're right on the money with that one. In fact, I would even posit that the Gralhund's way into the Zentarum network was probably through Erstal. They might not have become aware of what was above him until very recently, based on certain events happening. Perhaps their leader pit them against each other. Maybe they didn't. Maybe the Gralhunds sought to just be closer to the upper scheme and this was their shot. And maybe that missive that you guys received were intercepted, as it were, was a way for them to keep the negotiations open to establish that connection.
My initial thoughts with that message was that it was a way of stalling for time, a way of getting some amount of time for her to retrieve the item that she lost.
Also, probably very true. Without that item, I don't think it necessarily Let's rephrase it. I think her own mission with them was sabotaged by her learning of said item. And then now that she was found to be in possession of it and have lost it, it hurts her more than of not knowing about it. Because she still had plans with the Black Net before that became a thing.
Listen, if I was a mob boss, my person that was working with me lost the item that I am in desperate need of. Like,
I would want to stall for time too. Yes.
her life's a ticking time bomb, to use our futuristic term we spoke of earlier.
Bigfellas.com?
Bigfellas.com. Like, they're gonna show up and rat-a-tat-tat her life away. So I think that's all pretty good information. I know you. I don't know if there was any information we could have gotten that would have made you happy, but I think that's pretty good information to me.
The Growlhuns are definitely on a precarious ledge right now. I say Huns as if there was multiple, but there's really just the one left. She'll be seeking protections of some kinds, but with what it stands for, I would be willing to bet that there's more to learn inside that estate. It might not be much, or it might be a lot. The nature at which the Nimblewright was procured is also probably answered by the fact that they were being sponsored by the Centaur.
Certainly seems like a way to procure the money and resources that she had. I don't know, other than like meta level, I don't understand how he would have that knowledge.
What knowledge?
That, hey, there might be something hidden in the estate still. But I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, so we can safely assume that the distrust/conflict that happened was just because of a conflict between Erstal and them, and then the Nimble Rat was provided by the Zentarum and potentially used by on orders from the Zentarum to attack Erstal as well as retrieve the item.
So let's think about this real quickly. So we know that the Stone of Galore itself is
we should probably leave and have this conversation elsewhere.
I switched into meta talk. I guess we have a conversation later. Do you have any more questions we'd like to ask Mr. Tiger?
That's the end of my question.
How frequently do people get upset when they don't get information that's useful to them?
Most people know what information they want when they arrive at my doorstep.
I agree.
Listen, you seem like nice people getting in potentially over your heads. Maybe not. Maybe this is the kind of adventuring you're here for.
Adventure!
There are many, many powerful things at stake. And you guys are barking up a very dangerous tree some days. A lot of people who are in those networks know of it, and you've been sought by a number of people. I can conclude that Mert hired me for the services of which you required of him. Seems rather befitting. I can tell you that the Carnival and the Drow, Bragendareth, all these names that you guys keep hearing, they're one and the same. That one was expensive for him.
I don't know that last name that you said.
Bragendareth?
Bragendareth? Would you like to know more? He's paid for it.
Yes, sure.
Bragendareth was the other circus, the Drow circus that we had heard about.
Yes. It seems my contacts on that ship were a little bit loose with their tongues. But no less, I got the information I was due at the end of it, and they were more or less discreet. The Hold
That his contacts are the Cheese Tower boys? Come on!
No, not quite. But
I think that's literally what he just said.
That's what he just said.
there is a line that reaches to those people, yes. That is what he is saying. Perhaps the captain on their ship.
I no
was-
longer trust this guy. Let's just be honest.
This guy just wants to go out and play Cheese Tower all day, doesn't he?
Wait, and you're gonna fault him for that? That's rude. Hold on, I need to...
I've already forgotten what I was gonna say.
All I'm saying is my kidney's already hurt from this guy stabbing us in the back.
I don't think that there's a single thing that you could have gotten from this dude that you would have been happy with.
I agree. As a player, I hate the concept of this.
I got the information that I wanted to get from him
Okay,
that
yeah.
I suspected, and I paid an amount for it that I would be willing to pay. So
Okay.
whether like it's just from my coin purse, I don't really care. This is literally what I was wanting and what I got.
Yeah, I think Asher just doesn't get. Like, it's not that I don't want to further the plot or don't want to find out more about the world of Waterdeep, right? As a player, like, Asher just doesn't. She just like I'm totally in the mindset of this character, thinking like, man, being spoon-fed information that we already partially know sucks for her.
There's a
It's probably
good
a
reason to have
discussion we can
redundancy.
talk about
Yeah.
during the break.
Basically just looking to solidify the information that we already knew.
So, Bregendoth is a drow faction that was mostly based out of Luskan. It is led by a man known as Jarlaxle Benray.
Is that who we met?
That is the leader of the drow that we heard about that Felrecht works for.
Okay, so it's not.
This is me reminding
Zar-
Eerie of the information that she has.
It's not Zoro, Zane.
Zord?
Zort.
No.
Well, we don't know if those people are one and the same or not.
They are one and the same.
There you go.
Zort is
Jarlaxle. Bregendirth is the faction name.
Yes.
Jarlaxle is the name of the leader of those drow,
So,
and
that is the Drow Circus.
yeah. That's what he was. The first thing he said was the circus, the pirates, and Bregendirth are all the same.
Useful information, ladies and gentlemen. We got it.
Why is that useful information?
Useful.
That's
It's useful to me as a character.
It keeps going.
To me, that's useless.
Oh my god! We made it.
So, amongst smuggling and other sorts, I believe their faction was mostly founded upon the fact that, well, if you know anything about drows, it is more matriarchal in society. You will find that every single one of their members is a male, except for one or two. They employ humans as a facade. They maintain a rather magical means at keeping themselves of the same presentation to not alert any of the authorities.
None of this is surprising in the slightest.
Jarlaxle has ulterior motives. These were not paid for. I give them mostly because I'm not concrete on it myself. But Jarlaxle has a very political interest into an alliance of sorts with the Open Lord. There is a coalition of countries that work together, well, countries and city missions, nations of power, we'll call them. They form an alliance. They conduct many overarching establishments, trade routes, and all sorts of political beneficiaries and stuff like that. You have to prove that you are not corrupt in a fashion. Luskan does not have this thing. I believe Jarlaxle's intents are to maneuver himself into a position of power over Luskan authority and seek to join the table of these places. That Waterdeep, for example, is part of.
Being the beneficiary of, or the person who oversees the trade agreements between a country like Luskan and all of Waterdeep is a very lucrative position to be in.
He is in an extremely lucrative position. He has been selling those noble rights discountedly, and also is in possession of much of the smoke powder that comes through these lands.
What I want to know is
Are they responsible for the drow that are murdering half-elves?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe those to be some of the same people.
Does
less,
the Black Network get you? Oh God, go ahead. Sorry.
lastly, the biggest key to this is that in order to get invited to that coalition, you have to be sponsored by somebody as a part of that coalition. The current Open Lord of Waterdeep, Laurel Silverhand, is believed to be the current dignitary from Waterdeep. It's representation in that coalition. So he needs to find a way in with her. I do not know if they've sought each other out yet. I'd imagine that would be on his list of agenda, but he's probably trying to find the information he needs to get there. Now, if I had a way to send in super magical technology that people were not comfortable with and maybe not all knowing about into the high-end reaches of much of the city's doings, say through nimble rights, and were to find something that would lead me to a position of great power, say through some item that leads to some special thing that gives them lots of money and power, that might be the mission he's looking for.
Seems quite likely.
Now, we can also draw implication on it. The fact that he had to do that meant that he did not have it before. And so, depending on how he retrieves that information from said prongs into the city, he may now be alerted newly to this presence, which may explain the reason why the drow were over the Gralhund estate. Maybe they knew of it already, maybe they didn't. Maybe they were finding it out. Maybe them having it now means something even more important.
They're certainly aware of it and after it. They were literally, attacking the estate to go get it.
Mm-hmm. That definitely solidifies one of the potential factions that are on the hunt for this thing.
Well, if they weren't, they definitely are now as of recent events.
Cool.
Very interesting. Well, we appreciate your time, Vincent. We will be
Heading to intermission.
intermission.
No? You got a question? You got a question? What's your question? Throw it.
Okay. World knowledge, DM. Open Lord, Closed Lord, or Mass Lord?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Closed Lord. Is it Mass Lord?
It's Mass Lord.
Okay. The Open Lord is protected, right?
They're the one that's known to everyone. That's Laurel Silverhand, the one everybody in the city knows the name of. She's the figurehead of all of Waterdeep. She's the one who is openly in charge of Waterdeep's goings-on.
And the Mass Lords are...
They are elected, hiddenly elected officials to prevent the sense of corruption and bribery and all sorts of, and protection. But they are essentially they're better than advisors, right? But they
advisors to who? The Open Lord?
To Laurel.
Yeah, well, to the reigning power of Waterdeep, basically.
So if I was a noble, and I was like Rainier's dad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or anybody. If I wanted to go up in the noble house, my end goal would be a Open Lord or a Masked Lord.
You actually already know several people who have those kinds of desires. Most
The
people,
with
especially
the demon children, were actively looking to become Closed Lords.
Okay.
But the Mass Lord, a position as a Mass Lord of Waterdeep is other than being literally the Open Lord of Waterdeep, is probably the most powerful position
Okay.
you can aspire to be in the city.
Yeah.
So we know that she's working with the Black Network to become a Masked Lord, or end goal to become a Masked Lord.
Most likely, yes. Yeah.
yeah, you are given a lot of power and weight based on that. You also know that Mert is a Mass Lord.
Or
That's
even
like,
if her
we
goal is to
wouldn't turn down that.
be well within the favors of an existing Masked Lord, or Laurel herself, there's some options there. But most likely her ambition, she seems like the kind of person to ambition towards being a Masked Lord of Waterdeep. Or the Open Lord.
And the way she thinks she's going to do that is by using the Stone of Galore to get the Horde.
A lot of injection of a lot of money, and with money comes connection, power.
And so this guy's goal
Responsibility.
is to get in with Silverhand
Yes. He wants to...
with the same gold.
Yeah, so he's connection to this other country, Luxon, or city,
Luskin.
or whatever. Luskin.
The one that
Um,
creates the black powder.
And he is working with them to try and establish trade connections and country connections and political stuff with Waterdeep.
Okay.
And because for him, that if he was the mediator for that, like that would be incredibly lucrative for him.
Actually, it's a bit more than that. He's trying to maneuver himself into being some kind of like so. Luskin
And he wants to be a
And-
political person in Luskin, or like
Luskin is kind of known as like Tortuga. They are Tortuga in that sense, but with technology, in that they are the crime
In magic.
warlord based like not like vying for power sort of thing, and there's some semblance of political atmosphere that's developing, but nobody's like been powerful enough to claim like I'm the ruler of Luskin, right? He's trying to do this as both a way to one, become ruler of Luskin, but two, to be invited to this coalition of good guys, right? To get all the ins and establish extremely lucrative trade deals, which requires a whole bunch of convincing and playing your strengths to the right people.
and money's a good end to that goal for him as well.
Yeah.
So he's all sides of the stone.
The Zentarum are like low key until they found out about the Stone of Galore, we're fine with it.
The Zentarum probably have. Well, we don't really know a lot about their. Well, yeah, we know they're a big existing faction in Waterdeep that are
I'm
criminal.
saying with the
organization.
Growlhounds.
Oh, with the Growlhounds?
Yeah. They were fine with it until Ursula was like, oh wait, I could have the Stone of Galore and I could do something with it.
Yeah, I guess we don't technically know if they were unaware that she had it, or if they were aware that she had it and were okay with her having it for now, for whatever reason. We don't know.
Cool.
But
That
it's
is a question that
probably-
you can ask, by the way. You have not posed that question.
I think that's currently in my line of like, does that question matter? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just how complete of a puzzle do you want?
How much is the answer to that question?
Back into the player.
So Ash was popping off saying, yeah, but this and that, and open lords,
Yeah,
and
he's
mass lords, this. and
Vincent
that.
is definitely amused by the quiet one suddenly being like, "Oh, you just needed to tell me about the drow, and now I'm here." So he would definitely say that is information that I can't quite get access to yet. You can choose to pay me an amount, or you can do it yourself. But there are certain things in the estate that are left unburied that I have not had access to retrieve yet. And something like that, I would probably say you need to speak with the dead. So,
Which I
if you
can
wish,
do.
if you wish to do it,
We could go find Ursula's dead body.
We can go
ask him
find the
this
cute
question.
girl who said that we could call on her at any time that has Speak with Dead.
Yes. But we could go find Ursula's dead body and bring it to her, and she could speak with the dead, and then ask him, "Hey, did the Zentarum know?" See, but that's the thing. Like, is that useful?
I think it's useful.
Hey, did the Zentarum know that Lady Growlhound had the stone before the breakdown in communication, for a better term? I don't know. There's a word there, but like ultimately, stuff happens. Stuff happens.
I only have one more question that I'm willing to pay for.
I'm all ears.
Do the polar bears know that they're working for an evil organization?
Just based on the principle of the matter, I will charge you a dragon for this information.
I don't know what that means.
It's my line of
one-
business. 1 gold mark for the information that you see.
Sure.
Okay. The polar bears probably do not have interest in those kinds of things. They are seeking to be kept happy. They don't play alignment like civilization does.
Thank God. Thank the gods, because I didn't want to have to go on a polar bear murdering rant because a polar bear
You do
lied to
not
my
have
face.
to murder polar bears.
I was like,
I was gonna have a cute outfit, but like,
it's like Mr. Fluffy from like Austin Powers or something. Or it's like you have this like
gold, I guess.
well taken care of, like loved animal that's owned by just like this evil murderer. Who's just like, yeah, the polar bears are happy though. Like they're just straight chilling. Like they don't know.
Yeah.
Like what? I mean, they eat fish. Jarlaxle eats humans. You know, whatever. It's all the same.
I give him 1 gold out of my pocket.
Appreciate it.
Cool. And I arrange for the other charges to be paid out of the party fund.
Okay.
215 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Good to go.
Intermission.
Intermission.
Sorry,
We'll
I
be
had to
back.
ask.
At 10:30. 10:32 actually. All right. See you guys here in just a second. I did it. Wrong one. There we go. Okay, welcome back.
I remember my question. Or not my question. My statement that I wanted to talk to you guys about. Which is...
We have left the estate of the person that we were talking to.
Yes. So... Puppy.
I love you.
What do we think? We've talked about this a few times, I think. But what do we think was in possession of the guy who got fireballed that the Nimblewright came to collect?
The piece of the stone of galore.
Yeah, one of the eyes to it, right? Not the necklace itself, but that Lady Growlhund has that we took. But one of the pieces to the one of the eyes.
I understood that it was the piece that Lady Growlhund had.
Do we know that for sure?
There is nothing that we know for sure.
Well,
there's literally nothing that we know for sure.
Do we have corroborating evidence at all? Do we have any evidence to state that is the case?
The Nimblewright torched the group, stole something from the halfling guy, brought it back to Lady Growlhund. Then Urstel and Lady Growlhund had a fight over the thing that they were both trying to get at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Then everyone breaks into the mansion. The drow steal the necklace that had the piece of the stone of galore.
But Urstel wasn't seen anywhere near the event of stealing the necklace. He died somewhere else in the estate, presumably, or in the attack.
Right, because he sucks.
Maybe. The other option is that Lady Growlhund has an actual piece of one of the eyes. Maybe she's had this necklace, and part of what she was going after was one of the pieces to it.
Okay.
And that was stored somewhere else in the manor.
Sure.
And that's what Urstel was going after, while the drow were going after the necklace.
Okay.
Potential concept.
Or the guy who had stolen one of the eyes from the Zentarum, and then the drow who had pre-programmed sleeper agented the Nimblewright, had the Nimblewright kill everyone in the vicinity, take the eye from the halfling guy, and run it off to the drow before returning to the place.
Also an option, legitimate option. The reason why I specifically almost think that the eye is the piece that was in the fireball rather than the necklace is because Lady Growlhund had she had a presence of a connection to the necklace, and the chain that she had set up for it, and I know a lot of that was a front for the fact that it was the Stone of Galore and she wanted the Stone of Galore because it's really important to her, but it felt like it was something that was presented as something that she's had for a while. Also, we know that specifically Rainier had one of the pieces of the stone, right? One of the eyes in his necklace. That was stolen from him by the Xanathar Guild. The Xanathar Guild was what was stolen from to get to the place, to the fireball location.
But we already
already
disregarded that because we lacked corroborating evidence.
Yes.
Because we didn't know for sure.
Well, I think both situations we're lacking the linchpin answer to is the piece that we're chasing after.
Which is why I thought that the question of did they already know that she had the necklace important?
Yeah, I'm understanding that now, but I didn't understand why that was an important question before.
Okay.
That's all I was asking about that. I didn't understand why that was important. But because because right now we as a group are effectively looking for the other eyes, right? That's because we're trying to open the vault too. We're trying to get all 3 eyes. We got to find out where they are. That's our real goal behind all this questioning and subterfuge and political nonsense. It's get the eyes, open the vault, get the treasure.
Right.
So we've seen one of these eyes move around, and we don't know where it stopped. We don't know if it stopped in the Xanathar hideout and it's still there.
Eyeball goes rolling down the street.
We don't know if it got to Lady Growlhund and is hiding somewhere in her mansion. We don't know if it got stolen from Lady Gralhund and moved somewhere else. We don't know if the Nimble Right nabbed it on the process out of the fireball situation and brought it back to Jarlaxle. We don't know where any of the eyes are, but we know where a couple places where they could be.
Right.
And we've gotten multiple hints that we should look around for more information inside of the manor. The big reason I would think we would want to look around in the manor more is because there's an eye hidden there. But
Sure.
maybe there's just like a piece of paper that says, hey, by the way, the eye's here. And then we go find the eye wherever it is. But that's kind of where my meta question is right now. It's like, we've gotten a lot of really good information about what's going on. We just need to find where the actual eye is now.
Right. Which
But
we
right now-
have zero information on outside of the Xanathar had it at some point.
Yes.
Right now, it's the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And we have no leads other than go back to Lady Gralhund and tell her, I don't want you here.
And we have the Temple of Mistra. And the reason why I think the Temple of Mistra might be, besides it being like a literal plot point that we have to interact with right now, but why it might actually be conducive to your point that you just recently brought up, is that if they've figured out something important about these Nimble Rights, right? What if they found a way to like search their memory banks or something, right? Like what if we found a way to like rewind time? Then we could see literally what the Nimble Right like grabbed out of the explosion and what it did with it. You know, like that could be an actual answer.
Right.
I mean, who knows what we're gonna get out of the Temple of Mistra? It might be something completely different. But like, if we know all, I feel like we know everything about the Nimble Rights that I can imagine to know, other than like some kind of like tech dive or something.
Okay.
I don't know. Thoughts? We can just go straight to the Temple of Mistra first and see what happens.
Yeah,
I mean, that was our plan for sure.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I think that's probably about as reasonable as any of the other ideas that we've thrown out, because we basically have zero corroborating evidence for any of it, except for what we just got confirmed from.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Mertz task of like investigating Jarlaxle found a lot of interesting information about Jarlaxle, but didn't find out if he has one of the eyes, and is kind of an important piece of the puzzle that we're really lacking right now. Because if we got a definitive yes or no, then we can kind of just like either stay away or go immediately, kind of thing.
So yeah, we head over to the Temple of Mistra.
Okay. You guys
Is there
are-
any conversation we want to have before we get to the Temple of Mistra?
I don't know, dude. That's not how my brain works.
Okay.
We're just gonna have to deal with it.
Basically, as you guys are leaving Trollskull Alley towards the Temple of Mistra, a black flying snake flies up to Percy and lands in his hand, or wraps around his wrist, depending on how he chooses to accept this messaging. There's a folded bit of parchment and inside of a bound canister attached to said flying snake.
Okay. I take the canister off of the snake and open it.
Okay. The snake flies away very quickly. And then a message written in common reads as follows. I would like to know more about what happened at the Gralhund Villa. If you can spare the time, meet me at the Agarran statue in the City of the Dead at Heist tomorrow. You'll be paid generously for your time and trouble. Signed, Istrid Horn.
Istrid Horn?
Istrid Horn.
Istrid Horn. I want
Sounds fishy.
info on
Sorry.
Gralhund.
Not a fish. Sounds.
Meet me at the what statue?
I will spell it for you. AHGH AIR Agarran statue.
Red.
Statue.
Thank you for writing down the letter.
In dead. Okay. I want info on Growlins. Meet me at Agarin statue in dead. From Istrid Horn.
At Heist tomorrow.
Oh. Tomorrow. Soon. Cool.
Okie doke. Mysterious message from someone in some form of the Zentarum.
Also money.
Also money.
Flying money just landed in your hands. Or flying trap landing in your hands. But I feel like it would be okay. It would be so easy for, at this point, right, the Zentarum to just send like a poisonous flying snake, just like land on your hand and bite you and you're dead.
Yeah.
Like,
It's just like, instead of getting a message, you just get poisonous fangs.
that was a poor turn of events.
It do be like that.
It do?
It do.
All right. So,
Back
continuing
on.
on.
Merry way.
What are we gonna
Are
say?
you making a pit stop at the tavern to talk to your other Zentrum contacts? Temple Mistra? Temple Mistra.
Temple of Mistra.
All right.
I mean, unless we really, really suddenly want to go to the tavern to talk to our other Zentarum contacts for no particular reason. We go to the Temple of Mistra.
Okay.
This is definitely not the same Zentarum.
We do not know that.
Why wouldn't they just be like, "Sup, Percy?"
This is how they contacted Percy originally.
Why did Ursel Floxen attack Lady Gralhund, even though he's part of the Zentarum? Why would Istrid Horn send us a secret message rather than going through Silverhand Man, whatever his name is? I forget his name.
Devil Star.
Devil Star
Star
Son, that's the one. And L'Oreal Silverhand stuck in my head.
Yeah. Why would Istrid not go through the open Lord of
That being said,
Waterdeep to contact
there's a
you?
good chance he's part of the other part of the Zentarum, but could be either or.
We could stop by and check to verify, or we could not just as easily. I don't think letting anyone like know about our secret meeting with a various member of Zentarum is necessarily on our to-do list.
I'm down for just keeping on to the
Temple of Mistra.
Okay. You guys make your way across the northward into the seaward, and you head over to the Temple of Mistra, whereby you are then greeted to the same site of the floating stone plates that holds together the magics that float the Temple of Mistra for all to gaze in wonderment. Which is only slightly offset because all the oohing and awing occurred with the drays that went by outside of Troll Skull. Or, sorry, Three Feathers Up.
Cool. I don't remember who specifically it was that we spoke to while we were here.
Ooh. I have it written down somewhere. There's a lot of names in my book.
I thought you said Ruth. Ruth.
The Ruth is on fire. You know, there's a lot of
Wait,
things.
I actually
written.
also probably have this somewhere I could be looking to.
Could be useful.
Do not have.
No, I don't have anything either.
I do not have.
Her name was
Robert Paulson.
Maria.
we'll just talk to somebody else. Two temple mistress servants and mistress Seaward. Good notes, Colin.
You might not have been given names.
That's very possible. We weren't there for very long.
Yeah, you met two contacts. I remember that. One of them led you to the person who was dealing with the Nimbrite stuff. That person then took you through mysterious doors that opened to the direction that they wanted to go inside of the magics of the temple. And you arrived in some kind of investigation room where you found a disassembled Nimbrite.
Also, don't shit talk your notes. We probably have like 20 pages of notes in between the two of us. That's more than I've ever seen taken for D&D ever.
That's my. I have so many notes. Just actually.
Me too.
And yet, whenever I'm like, I don't remember a thing, and I go to look for it, I don't find it. Even have like organization structure going on, I have like color coding, whatever.
Or like a big Google Doc.
Okay.
All right, you guys make your way into the temple. We'll assume that because there were no names there, that you did not receive any. So, the non-standard affair.
The standard is I detect magic.
I think you did that last time. Everything is magical. It is the House of Wonder, Temple of Mystery.
Okay.
Like an acid trip every time you walk in.
Why do you think she cast Detect Magic?
Okay, and so acolytes in pristine white-robed clothing are transferring about the place. There are magical pools and wells that different offerings are being made at. Everyone seems to have business, and
Is the water any particular color?
it is like a crystalline, clear, transparent color.
Watercolor then? Or like
Watercolor.
okay.
I get the attention of one of the acolytes and say, we were looking to follow up on some information about the Nimble Rats.
This one happens to be a Minotaur when you get his attention. Yes. How can I help you?
We had spoken with someone previously on an investigation, and they had said that you were all disassembling and doing research on one of the Nimble Rats here in the city. Wanted to know if there was any progress made on that.
Interesting information. Not one given freely. You have clearance for this information. Presentable, yes.
Presumably, I give my badge.
Do you mind if I run a magical scan of it?
For sure.
And he holds his palm up, claws like coming out quickly. You can see like chains that are kind of tied together and tethered via rings, an intricate network around his hand that almost create like a webbing. And they glow softly as he begins a soft chant of the spell. That aura then like flashes across his eyes, and he peers the badge over and like flips it over and returns it back. Thank you for your cooperation. I believe we can be of more assistance in this matter.
Fantastic.
Please follow me. And he heads off towards the nearest door, which, as you guys approach, seems to materialize into a hallway that you don't recognize as being something that you guys traveled. You had like a room-to-room kind of ongoing from the previous time. This one leads to a very large and lengthy white pristine hallway with a light that doesn't seem to have any kind of source, but above. It just magically fills the air.
Does he have anything magical on him?
His focus is glowing.
Where's his focus?
It's the chain links that are on his hand.
Damn, I thought you were gonna say on me, and I was about to be like, yeah.
You have too many days. You've reached your limit.
Says you, Minotaur.
So
Man.
one of the eerie things about stepping into this hallway is that it doesn't present. It doesn't present a reverb of your footsteps. The sounds themselves are very deadened upon impact with the stone floor. As you guys continue down, you turn behind you, and you would see that there's just emptiness instead of the room that you guys passed through.
It's like walking on moss.
As you proceed down the hallway, different like openings with small archways over them, like just lead off into transparent nothingness. And he clearly has an agenda for how many doors you should be going down. You can see him softly counting a marker. And then you hear a soft clink as he stops in front of one of those doorways and then turns to his right and he says, "After you." And as you guys...
To himself. What happens if it's one of those people that you type in your password and you can't count backwards? How far backwards you messed up your password, so you have to go all the way back out?
I can't.
And this... Oh, man.
I delete my password every single time. Anytime I make even a small mistake or think I made a mistake, the whole thing's gone. I'm doing it from the start. Every time.
Yikes.
At least we're not one of those count out loud behind the guy people.
I thought about it, I'm not gonna lie.
And so at his direction, the room in front of you seems to be a small kind of like, almost think morgue setting, where it's very like cleared out except for like one examination table where you see a bunch of like arrayed pieces that you recognize as being the fully discombobulated form of the Nimblewright that was here last. There seems to be two other acolytes that are standing over the table at the moment. And then upon you guys entering, one of them turns and leaves while the other one turns to address you. So are all three of you walking in?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, or day, whatever time it is. I've been in here for a while.
Morning.
We're coming back on... The words are escaping my brain. We were told to come back here, and we're back here. We were given information that you guys were disassembling a Nimblewright and had something to report.
Specifically, I think that y'all were researching the purpose of the Nimble Rats and their function potentially in the city, having been fairly suspicious of it, as we are.
It seems that the sellers were a bit arrogant with their ploys. We discovered some crystal of spell nature that is probably very much in alignment with clairvoyance. It seems to be installed in these machines.
Are you saying that the robots are actually spies for their robot overlord master?
An eccentric way of stating it, but likely so.
This does not surprise me.
It would be a matter of import to discuss the fact that these crystals are more like a looking lens.
A looking lens.
And less of a recording. We could break these crystals and they would stop transporting. It looks like it would disassemble the functions of the Nimblewright, though. They seem to be integrated manually such that if one is tampered with, the other functions no longer serve purpose.
Seems strange to me that every person we've met in the city that has a Nimblewright has disassembled the Nimblewright. These were meant to be spies throughout the city. It seems they've failed at their
Not necessarily.
job of who to give these to.
If disassembled, presumably if you don't have as keen of an eye as they do here at the Temple of Mystra, you might miss a specific crystal and just have a walkie-talkie sitting in your living room.
I can almost guarantee you that many, many layers of magical shielding had to be broken to get access to this. Simple dismemberment of a machine would very likely not tamper with it. I would estimate probably 0.05% chance of it being destroyed in that manner.
So,
Seems to be tamper-proof through means of fire and detonations and all of those sorts of manners.
instead, we should go collect all of the looking glasses and bring them back to the temple to disassemble. Except we should have somebody else do it so we don't have to.
Potentially.
Would the temple
Definitely
have
seems
interest
that-
in more collecting more of these?
Probably not the temple itself. Probably the administrators of Waterdeep would care ever so slightly. And they would also possess the means at which telling other very well-funded people that they need to give up their well-funded machine for disassemblement.
Fair.
You know, I honestly don't think anyone will be too shook up, considering that I think all of the nimble rats in the city are already disassembled. But
Very, yeah, that's what I was trying to like get at. Like, oh, they know the training regimen of all the guards in the city, or all the military members in the city. They could be staging a military operation. Cool. Or
No,
attack.
you're not saying that out loud. You're thinking that meta?
I mean, not necessarily in this situation. Sometimes these random acolytes of the Temple of Mystra don't seem like they're interested in political
think
nonsense type, but
I think that we'll definitely
also
need to do our part in notifying everyone who, at least that we know, that have nimble rats that'll. That
also the
they can
ramblings of some random satyr who's in their office doesn't necessarily amount to much real data. I don't.
Okay.
Haha, fooled you now in off.
go
This
tell
Inspector
Lady
Cromwell is enemy of the state.
I don't know if the cops show up and they're like, "Hey, we need to search your room," and then one of them is like in your room and they're like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this thing that he has in the corner here has something to do with this thing that President Trump talked to us about the other."
I also think that like if Cromwell heard this conversation, he'd be like, "Good job, kid. You're doing good. You're doing good for the city. You wanted to collect all these and break. Good for you."
But I definitely think I know that the other detectives on the case had been at least somewhat in contact. Have you guys notified them of the listening devices as well, or?
You must... Not yet. We are less than definitively sure. We are pretty confident, but we wish for a little bit more proof before slating that burden.
It is understandable.
The implications, as you guys may have well noted, can stretch rather far for this one.
We are
The cops don't need more
in a
proof than
we are
that.
in a unique position where we don't need whole evidence to act on everything that we do.
Yeah, fortunately, we're not under such binds of moral ambiguity.
Perhaps that
as you
task
may-
is better
as you
left
may-
to you.
As you may understand from the ramblings of my satyr friend that he just went through.
Oh, we jump to conclusions all the time. It's part of our nature.
Well, I will share you some of my confoundings. I do not know if we did not receive a special one or if others are in the same nature as us.
That is understandable. Is there the main thing that I was curious about with the nibble rats, were they potentially pre-programmed to take out certain actions, or could they be sort of remotely sent on?
That we have found out. No, the nimble rats only respond to the owners. There's a transfer of power that happens as a result. And even preconceived notions do not seem to be within the capabilities of these. Their jobs are for that of the people who purchase them in every single way. The only exception is that they are just also a viewing lens.
Right.
They just capture and report back.
Understandable.
Are these looking glasses of any use once discovered, or are they? Oh, their only use is to be destroyed.
They are an expensive piece of technology, that is for sure. We do not know the extent at which they can do. Right now, our only known function, and we are being very delicate because they seem to be extremely fragile once you remove them from their housing. Their only function seems to be reporting back. Our best guess is that the only things that they are in contact with, as long as they are in contact with the Nimblewright pieces, seem to be the way at which they can view things. It doesn't take an eye, for example, to see through. Simply by touching the Nimblewright contact, the metal itself becomes its viewing port.
I think that the discretion of the magic is probably a pretty big part of it, considering how my former knowledge of how scrying magic can potentially work. If you could do something very similar, but you would have to be casting a scrying spell on the Nimblewrights that would be susceptible to it, as opposed to having something that's just automatically always running.
You seem to know a little bit about the magic, yes. Given its very low level of complexity, that seems to assist in its ability to remain undetected for as long as it did, even by the Alkalites of Mystra. And we somewhat pride ourselves on the ability to dig out this kind of information.
Astra has a worried look on her face.
This technology could be used by the House of the Inspired Hand to make
A drone army!
technology for the state.
Some kind of recording device you can
Right.
hold in your hand.
Or they could put them up on street corners.
Or you could just have, what if it went 2 ways? And you just like put a number in.
With as easily breakable as it is, and the fact that OtterBoxes don't exist, it's very cross-prohibitive.
It comes with an otter box. It's in one right now. They're
It's true.
indestructible
It's
otter
very cross-prohibitive.
Did you mean Nimblewright or Nokia? Oh.
Okay.
You can keep your
That is
Other
Sounds like
information
Nokia.
that might be
Information.
useful to us? And our...
That was a lot of people talking at once.
Yes,
You
very
have to
useful,
repeat it.
useful.
Tell me.
We didn't have to pay for this, did we? No. Okay, good. Good. We don't have any money.
Do they have any more findings to share, or was that it?
That is it.
Well,
Understandable.
cool,
Have a nice day.
but also
Bye.
not technically helpful. Morally helpful.
No?
I think that it is helpful to know that it was the Grauhoons that, as we leave the establishment,
Yes.
thank you, have a nice day.
Thank you, bye.
The Minotaur escorts you guys back out that same hallway.
I think that it is
I count. I'll remind
very.
him.
16.
I think it's very useful to know that it was the Grauhoons that sent their own Nimblewright to
Yes.
Fireball.
Yeah, I mean that is useful, but yeah. Also, it rules out the idea of the Nimblewright ever going back to Jarl Axel.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good information. That's
Unless
really
the
useful.
unless the Grauhoons got like double punked and just never actually got the like ownership signed over to them.
That
I
doesn't
feel like that'd be a
seem
pretty
like-
dumb thing to
yeah, that
do.
doesn't seem like the situation. So it sounds like that means we've narrowed down we've cut off one of our potential locations for where the eye that was stolen from Rainier went.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
And we also it confirms that we weren't necessarily being lied to about the situation with the Nimblewrights. Like all that information directly lines up with the fact that Jarl Axel sold these things as a means of like, hey, I'm gonna sell these things for cheap to get curry favor and also like spy on y'all. That like makes a lot of sense that he would do that.
Right.
So it lines up with the other stories we've been hearing so far.
Yep.
But I don't know what now.
I think that one thing that's certainly on my list is to let a couple of people know about the existence of these potential monitoring devices, namely being the Emerald Enclave Lizard Folk guy, and probably the House of the Inspired Hand, even though I don't think that they got their Nimblewright from Jarl Axel, but I don't really remember.
I don't remember either.
He was kind of the most unique out of all the Nimblewrights, but probably let them know too, just in case. And that guardhouse would be.
Does our understanding of the Masked Lords equate to them being some form of like connected arbiters for the betterment of Waterdeep? In the sense that like if we were to go to one of the Masked Lords and be like, yo, this other country sent spy bots into your house and into your city, and these are where all of them are. would they be like, yeah, okay, we'll take care of that because that's literally my job, or no?
Not to be obtuse, but I do have an actual answer for you at the end of it. But you don't have a way of knowing that information, and very specifically, when you have to compare that to people like the Growlhunds or the Castellanters wanting to become like Master Lords, you don't really know their motives, right? They have motives for being there, and that might or might not line up with the idea of what it means to be Waterdeep. Especially seeing the Daggle probably considers Laurel Silverhands and the Master Lords kicking him out of Waterdeep and staying in Neverwinter is a coup of some kind, right? So all that's kind of nefarious. Like you don't really get that political intrigue. Now, Mert just so happens to be a Master Lord because he's kind of a little bit too free with that information, but at the same time, he's also a member of the Harpers. The Harpers probably very much definitely do care about that kind of information.
Oh, also, follow-up question. Would we highly suspect that Laurel Silverhand also is, like, in it for the betterment of the city of Waterdeep? In that if we told her, she would also be like, yo, guards, go round all those up and, like, deal with that shit.
Yeah,
she seems like she's literally the head honcho. Like, she's in control of all the guard and the watch and all that, right? Like, she's...
But is potentially compromised because, hypothetically, Jarlaxle is already wooing her in some form or fashion, right?
True, though this information could potentially upset that. Because if I was the leader of a city and a foreign country was like, yo, we put spy robots in your most important places, by the way, and and they're like, the heck you did what? Like, that would probably break down some negotiations. Maybe not. Maybe she's like, yeah, install those spy bots. Like, that's what I'm here for.
I think that like my course of action or thought with this is like, tell Mert / the Harpers.
Okay.
Possibly separately. Because we want to make sure, like, we want someone reliable like Mert to we don't want to walk up to the leader of Waterdeep and be like, hey, by the way, there's this whole like intricate conspiracy to plant nimble rights in the city, right? We want Mert to eat that bullet if that bullet needs to be eaten.
He also probably carries a little more weight in that situation.
Yeah, and also he carries more weight in that situation. So
not because he's heavier, but
because he like us saying that versus Mert saying that, like, say that Silverhand got a nimble right as a gift from Jarlaxle and it now just like has it doing chores in their house, and then we're just like, hey, by the way, this like political ally of yours is actually spying on, like, we don't have that kind of like clout to throw around, but
I will
Harper
say,
/ Mert could.
I agree with the ultimate plan. The only point against that I have is that, like, yeah, but like the Temple of Mistra said so, and like, I mean,
right.
it's not like it's just us. When you like go talk to the Temple of Mistra, they told us this information.
We are taking
like, oh,
we're currently doing like pre-action. We are preempting the Temple of Mistra just for the sake of, like, we don't want anything big, like, getting spoiled.
yeah,
right.
and not to like
Spoil it.
color the spider web that's being constructed, but you guys could also just be like the Temple of Mishra doesn't work for Waterdeep.
No, they don't.
Yeah, so like you could have paid off the Temple of Mishra to lead her down to some nefarious thing if she even wants to grant you guys audience, sort of thing.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, it's one of those things where like,
She can't. She doesn't know anything is true or not. She could just be a part of a game.
I imagine with someone like Laurel Silverhand and her position, right? Like, she's not just like this person who's standing there and like, I am the head of Waterdeep. That's my only thing. Like, she's clearly got like her web of control throughout the entire city, right? She's got her own connections and power and all this and things going on, and like, I'm certain that she has a strong foothold in
both the Howson's Inspired Hand and the Temple of Mistra and the City Watch and City Guard and like
Actually-
all those can be corrupted and
So-
stuff, but like
You're associating, but there's another link in that chain that separates her from all these pieces that you guys are keenly aware of and that you have met before.
So is it the person saying this right now? Or did we already leave?
We already left.
Yeah,
We
you
already
guys
left.
have stated that you already left.
What is this thing
This
that
was
we're
asking.
keenly aware of? The
The extra link of people who probably do care about credible threats to the safety of Waterdeep.
oh, the freaking people we didn't like.
Yes.
The Knights of Knightsness.
Yeah, that was the other part of my like thing that I wasn't able to finish saying was like we need to tell Mert / the Harpers, because the Harpers would be able to like take care of like finding out who all is like if anyone's like holding out nimble rights, you know, because they're just being like assholes or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Mert being able to talk to the head honcho people, and then probably going to the
Gray.
Magus and Protectors, because they're a sub, or the Grey Hands, the military ones were like a subsection of the Magus and Protectors, right? So we go to the Magus and Protectors / the lady who was the leader of the Grey Hands.
Badger Blackstaff.
Yeah, and go to them and be like, hey, just a heads up, we're out here like doing adventure-y shit, and we kind of came across this information, like it's probably pretty relevant.
And you guys would know by being in the town this long, but definitely Percy. Like the Blackstaff is an appointed position that is the the Arc Wizard Protectorate of this land.
Yeah,
Sort of thing.
Dude,
there's
how
like
and
no
why
one
did
more.
she talk to
There's like
us?
no one more qualified
She tried to recruit you guys.
make the call and like execute a thing in that sense than that.
If anyone in that group was going to have a chance of recruiting us, it was probably the most important person in that group. But I will say that there is a little bit of caution that I want to throw into the order of these events, right?
Could use them to capture the nimble rights and use them to send butt pics to Jarlaxle to get recruited by the Drow.
Wait, oh yeah, that would get us recruited, right?
This is not
Percy's
the
kind of
order we're
Drow-ish, like when the right shading, like we can make it work.
Okay, so legitimately here, the worry that I had, right, is that
Okay.
if we start kind of like uncovering too much too fast to the like very military police type people, right? Then all of a sudden they start cracking down in the city
Right.
and start like poking their noses around what's going on.
Right.
And then are like, what's this whole race for the Stone of Galore and the money thing going on, huh? And then all of a sudden it gets a lot harder for us to go get a whole bunch of treasure.
Okay.
That I don't think that has anything to do with us talking to the Harpers and Mert, but may have something to do with the timing on when we talk to others about the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts,
I mean-
opinions?
Opines.
Asher, what do you think?
I don't think it matters the order.
You don't? You don't think those are gonna like stop us?
I think the last but least would probably be Magus and Protectors if we even got that far.
Also, to be clear, Magus and Protectors should be seen as a different entity than the Grey Hands or
Okay.
anything that Vadra's running. Like Vadra runs many organizations.
Where is the training dummy?
That is in the city armory in the Sea Ward.
Which is run by
The
You don't technically have
City
some part of the
guard.
city. The City Watch would control that.
Alright, who controls the City Watch?
I think the City Watch is
Silverhand?
its own-
I mean, not Vadra.
There's probably a chain that eventually leads to Vadra and Laurel.
Laurel Silverhand. is what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
I just want this name to eventually become like Laura Black Thagathorn.
Johnny
It's
Silverhand.
already there, I promise you. So, I mean, I think that Percy would like to be. This is a level of information that Percy would like to be forthcoming with
Okay.
to like these organizations. Like, tell the Harpers and Mert first, and then probably also just like for the good of Waterdeep potentially, because like I don't expect the Harpers / Mert to like immediately be taking action on this, but if someone decided that this was potentially dire enough to be immediately taking action, it would be someone like the Grey Hands.
Yeah. I think for Rin specifically, and how he contextualizes this for himself, is that like the good of Waterdeep is not necessarily the good of Waterdeep's people. That those are very explicitly not linked, as we can see by the whole ward that's like filled with refugees outside, right? Like whether it's Vadra or Laurel or whoever's running the city doesn't always correlate to like the best thing for the people. So having mechanical spies in the city from some other country like doesn't really hit my moral compass very hard.
It's kind of one of those things where it's like, this is a level of interaction that basically has nothing to do with the like refugee good of the people side of Waterdeep and is literally just like politics level stuff.
Yep, which I'm down to help, but I'm also not like, I wouldn't be pushing real hard, but if that's the thing that you want to do, I'm down to help for sure.
Yeah,
I'm on your side.
That is definitely a vein that Percy wants to run with, because like the good of Waterdeep for one thing, but like just the being able to have the people like being cautious and not like running around spewing things that they probably shouldn't be potentially.
Okay, I'm down.
So we probably do some of that contacting probably in that particular order, where it's like Harper's, Mert, House of the Inspired Hand, even though I'd hate to see Nim get disassembled, and then the Grey Hands. As kind of a run around.
Yeah,
spreading the good
Oh,
word.
and the lizard.
And your lizard guy. That guy specifically, I definitely want, because it's like, if there's something that he has that the drow want, I really don't want that like whole thing happening.
How much do we want to / need to go about this entire process?
I have no need to RP any of that, if that's what you're asking.
So, I'm definitely in the boat of like willing to like, I would probably be sending a letter to the lizard guy or something along that lines, like a secure messaging system. I probably wouldn't go to the house. I think with the Harpers, we have contacts. It would just be a matter of like, hey, contacts, this is information we have. Those contacts aren't going to be the kind of people who are going to be processing that and giving me feedback on it necessarily anyway, so they're going to be passing it on to their higher-ups, and then we may hear back from them at some point, I imagine. And then, like, Mert, I'm more, like, I imagine he may actually have something to say, so if he has something to say, I'm down to, like, talk that out and stuff, but I'm also in Erie's boat also. It's like, I want to do those things, but I don't necessarily need to, like,
Play every single one of them.
every single one of them out.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Ryan?
I'm down for whatever. It doesn't make a too heckin' ton of a difference. I don't really have anything like groundbreaking to drop at any of those engagements outside of like what I was literally just saying. It's just like, hey, in case like this is a huge thing, like you should know this. Sign of good faith and all that.
Okay. Probably plays out through mostly effective. You send a letter off to the lizard folk dude, and you make your way back to the yawning portal to talk to Mert, whereupon it would become immediately evident that Davil Starsong is not present, as he has been in every single other point of this adventure. Mm-hmm. And talking to Mert would be a very short, secluded thing where it's like, hey, these things are happening. And he probably says, hey, this is probably really good information to pass up the city line as well. I can take care of that for you.
Awesome.
And so he handles both of those directions.
You just gave a nonverbal of Neil. I wasn't ready for it.
I maybe caught like 1% of that in like quick glancing.
That was
like,
the most I'll take care of that for you. Like weirdly, I was just like,
That's
wait,
good.
I appreciate that.
Cool.
Good
Mert's doing the Mert thing. Awesome.
Mert does the Mert thing.
All right.
Sweet. I think that pretty much takes care of it, because if he's wanting to, like, if he's willing to pass it up the city line, then that's just like totally way better. That situation, basically.
What do you think about Dabble not being here? That's weird, right?
It's strange. It could have something to do with the message we received, or something to do with all the chaos that's been ensuing.
Is what's her name here?
Is there like any representation of the Zentarum here, or are they like still at the table and they're all there except for Davil, or?
No, the table seems to be cleared out and is like very perceptibly empty. Like people have left it empty.
Yeah.
Yagro's not here either.
We can ask.
Yeah.
Yagro's not the right name, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yagro was the orc's name. That was
What's
your...
the name of the lady who is the head of the Greyhands?
Vadra.
Vadra. Okay. I was just like, wait,
They do have.
why would she be here?
Yeah, I'll go up and actually, no, wait. You probably want to go up and talk to Barkeep, man.
Yeah,
To Durnan?
Yeah.
Durnan.
You can talk to Durnan.
Hi.
Hello.
So, business. I'd like to buy 3 ale. Mead? Do you have mead today?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like 3 mead, please. And can you do a shot of your fire whiskey or your fire
Sure.
ale in
5 shards. Oh, in each of the
Yeah.
6 shards.
Okay, alright. Thank you. I've heard it tastes like apple pie.
Don't think it does, but okay.
Pretty sure mead tastes awful, so some fire whiskey will probably make it go down a little smooth.
IRL mead is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Mead is better than
I've heard
ale.
such awful things about mead every time I've heard about
Scarborough Fair
a
sold a honey
sweet-
mead that was like
Sweet
ridiculous.
honey mead is literally better than any beer I've ever had.
I've never heard anything but good things about mead, and I've never had any before. I'd love to try it.
I've
sometime.
had some shit mead in my life. Just
Mead was shitting
actual.
apparently.
But,
Which is
Scarborough
not
Fair
unlike what's
doesn't
happening here.
have
Fire
stuff.
whiskey is being dropped into mead.
what's with the empty table?
Didn't show up today. And his entourage follows him. Also, maybe this has something to do with it. And he passes over one of the...
Eyes of the Stone of Galore. We did it!
You're the best!
Oh, I didn't mean to hand you that. Come back later.
Wanted poster!
It's a one poster with how much we're worth in berries. Also, I've never said that word out loud. I have no idea how they pronounce that word.
I think it's berry.
Berries?
Berries? Okay. Because it reads like almost like bellies.
Right.
But like
It's Zoro Zolo. Like,
yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Good point. Probably bellies.
Okay, a local broadsheet, which is basically the newspaper, like town crier level stuff. He slides over one of these broadsheets, and you see a very long excerpt written, but with a clear bold font at the top of it, Gralhund Villa Bloodbath. And you see mention of City Watch cracking down on the Black Network.
Okay.
Understandable.
And so if I were you see, if you happen to be related to these events in any shape, form, or fashion, and I have seen you talk with that man, perhaps it would be wise for you to lay low for a while too.
Is that an offer?
You can purchase one of the rooms for an extended amount
Oh,
of time.
don't. You know what I'm saying. I know you're intelligent.
Stonewall Durden.
Alright. Thanks. Also, really thanks, though.
You're welcome.
I wonder. I kind of had a different perception of.
He's the one, I just know it.
Wasn't it too late?
No, I'm just kidding. He's just like that song, you
He's
know,
a
when we were
married one, isn't
kids. It was like, you're the one that I want, you are the one I want. Yeah. that one.
I just
I think
it might
he's
be
got a
little
great
bit-
singing
The only
voice.
thing
a little
Darren
bit
wants
over
is some peace and quiet.
No, you actually have a date with somebody that has a great singing voice already.
Yeah, I do. I don't know when it is.
Whenever we schedule some downtime.
Milking.
City of the Dead.
I kind of had a different perception of how that faction of the Zentarum were treated in the city. So
I
that's
mean, they
interesting.
were.
Like their whole shtick was like, we gotta make the Zentarum great again, and like
Yeah,
the
but
good
I
guys
think
again.
that was kind of like we want to be the good guys of the underground world. Like,
Kinda like
they weren't
Jarlaxle
trying to run for
We're gonna-
office. They were trying to like have the underground black market be slightly less evil.
To be fair, the only interactions we had with them were them asking us to do morally good things.
So I think it's legitimately like, I still want to be a pirate. We're still pirates.
You do recognize that the broadsheet is written almost like a hit piece or a propaganda piece.
Oh.
They jump on the bandwagon by portraying the Black Network in the most unflattering light, thus dealing a crippling blow to the faction's already questionable reputation.
Yeah. Like there's a lot that goes into like the underground spy networks in cities. I'm personally a big fan of the like no city can function without a black market or like a black network. But like you can be like Rin running the black network, or you could be like
Big bad evil guy.
Xanathar running the black network. Like those are two very different, like still not legal, but the moral differences can be pretty huge.
Yeah.
And so to like kind of finalize the nail in the coffin on this hit piece, it's, you know, like the guy from Spider-Man who's trying to get Peter Parker to take pictures of Spider-Man and is
Yeah.
running all the janky news articles against him. That's this level. I mean, you guys have been exposed to this, the broadsheets, for a while now since you've been in Waterdeep. Like you read it as very much a propaganda kind of hit piece. So feigning
Plus, there's
claims.
suspiciously flattering pictures of the, of the guy.
Of our butts.
Of our butts, yep. Freaking Silver Song. Star Song, yeah. It's just like all of the mysterious black network, and it's just this like beautiful headshot.
I want him to be very attractive in PC, and it to have a Sanji headshot.
So-
yeah, okay.
That is very good information.
Makes sense.
So the next thing that we have kind of on the itinerary
The docket.
is the itinerary
I
is
just watched
to
your lip twitch.
What?
so we think that there is more to glean from the Grauhun estate.
Yes.
How do we want to go about doing that as we plan
Sneaking
out the
in.
rest of the day?
And doing the espionage thing.
The thing is, that's not the only ticket we have open. We have a
Okay.
certain amount of hours that we can escalate towards this event.
What other event?
Hey, you just gotta put them through the right process. Get the
Yeah.
right people involved.
Yeah.
Make the right call.
Air programming. Okay, well, now that we've gotten that out of our system, what did you actually have another thing that you had on your
No!
Okay.
So, what would our goals are to
That's really bad.
search the estate for any more information, but also we really want to get in contact with the bodies of Erstal / the husband, with which to
yeah.
interrogate beyond the gate.
And discovering the method of what you're going to do to conduct that interrogation.
I think
Steal the
honestly
body.
transporting the bodies is the bigger problem. I'm more because we have.
Let's go
that-
get the
You
girls.
the
Do
potential
you have a
Harper
bag of
lady.
holding?
I do have a bag of holding.
That'll fit a body?
Yes.
Yeah, it would fit a
It
body.
fits a body not very well, but they're dead, so they won't complain when you move their
Yeah.
limbs around. It's like a
I guess
3x2x2.
that's less of a problem. It's more of the acquisition of the bodies that I'm currently concerned with.
Okay.
Because it's not like we're gonna it's not like we're gonna sneak in at night
Heist.
and why would she have the bodies? No. It's not like we're gonna sneak in at night and like break into her room and she's just gonna have like Urstel propped up in the fucking corner.
Taking shots at it with a pistol? Maybe.
Can you speak with dead on a urn of like ashes?
I think you have to have a body.
I think you have to have a body.
Okay, next question. So when they transport the body to the funeral, we interrupt the caravan.
It has
Knock out the
it has to be
guards.
to a corpse.
Is that not a corpse?
And it must still have
What
a
is the
mouth.
definition of a corpse?
Call it.
Um,
I will fight you.
is a pile of bones a corpse?
A pile of bones does not have a mouth.
What? Yeah, it does.
Jaw is not mouth.
And a skeleton is not a corpse.
We
A corpse make-
your mom
a corpse-
is not
talked
a
to a
corpse-
talking skeleton head before.
Yeah, so that was different.
A corpse makes zombie. A
That
skeleton
was
makes
magic
skeleton.
inside of the skeleton.
Must be fleshy bits.
I think you use a corpse for both some skeleton and some zombie. But we can discuss this another time. Important thing is,
There's no time.
in seriousness, we don't know where the bodies are.
Right.
I do like the idea of bringing what's their name to the bodies, but we just need to find out where they are.
I think that we'll
Let's
have
just
much
go
better
to
luck
the
bringing the bodies to a person rather than trying to sneak that person into whatever location we're sneaking in.
Okay, depends on where
Like-
the bodies are, but yeah.
Yeah, what
We're
if it's in
gonna
the-
be essentially grave robbing regardless. I'd rather not do it in front of a member of the clergy, regardless of how they're.
I mean, if it's at a morgue, right, where they're like prepping the body or something. like that.
That is also potential, but like, yeah, if we can come across a situation where they're like in police custody as evidence, then that person, the lady that we know, has already probably had access to them and like will.
We
be
could
able to,
just
like,
go
make
try
that
and
happen.
get access to that again.
Alternatively, magical means of like procurement, like a potion. If you wanted to conduct on site.
Like a potion that teleported her to the body?
No, like a
Potion of
potion.
Speak with Dead.
Speak with dead.
Oh.
Also,
Or a
animate
spell
dead very specifically calls out you choose a pile of bones or a corpse. And
Man.
the target becomes a skeleton if you choose bones.
Whatever.
Or a zombie if you choose a
And
corpse.
If you
Whatever.
cast it on a jar of dust, it does nothing.
I want Speak with Jar of Dust as a spell.
I'm
please.
sure that that's a thing.
Can sign up for the School of Magist and Protectorates and take lessons from Badger on spell creation.
I do want to make a
Anybody can learn magic.
Egyptian style character that uses jinn magic and will definitely be in the neighborhood of wanting to like use canoptic jars to like speak with the dead. That'd be sick. Anyway, okay, so we were back to find more information stage, aren't we? Like, well, okay, so there's talk to the bodies. Do we want to do that before or after we case the place? She's low on guard count right now, but she might be
Currently,
high
there's
on
a
guard
heightened
count.
guard count as per the article that we just read.
I just need like really big distraction.
Right, we had that. We already did that part of the.
We were so time sensitive in that situation, though.
Yeah, we got good stuff out of it. My thinking is we should try to insert ourselves into whatever investigation is going on, because that will potentially get us access to body/morgue situations.
Can you speak with dead at level 5?
I think so, probably.
What if
I'm
we just
currently looking up.
What if we just go level up
what if we
ourselves?
just go take some side quests, level you up, and then speak with dead yourself?
Then it will no longer be a corpse.
Ah, dang.
I mean, we could potentially like get a spell scroll of whatever like cleric communing spell that we're looking for, and I
Yeah.
can cast that spell.
You have to be able to cast the spell to use a spell scroll, I think.
You can. It becomes a chance at higher levels that you don't have access to.
You can still cast higher level spells than you have the ability to, but it's like has a bigger chance of whipping.
Yeah, or you can just buy a potion. You get it.
That is something that I am currently glimpsing at, but I think that the
Also, you guys probably don't remember, but your characters do, that the standard procedures in Waterdeep tend to be using clerics to cast gentle repose on dead people so that they can be processed accordingly.
right, which
Yeah,
is very useful
that makes sense.
for speaking with dead things.
Yes, because there's a time limit to which you can speak with those things.
Yeah, like my thinking is we should try to get in with the actual investigation and see if we can get access to either of those bodies. Maybe we go through our Harper contacts and try to see if we can, like, through the Harpers, get access to. That sounds like something that we're interested in. Seems like it might be slightly contentious.
Well, it seems fine to me. I was just trying to brainstorm some plan ideas. Maybe, I think whatever we end up doing is probably going to be a next session thing.
We are taking our time for sure.
As far as like the next big thing we do, whether that's like go infiltrate the bodies or like break into her place and search it for stuff, or hidden secret stuff, or what. Like that's.
Yep.
Like,
if we were to break into the place right now to search for secret stuff, how would we do that, and what would we do in that situation?
that's the thing. Like, I don't see a way to make it possible for it to work. But it seems like that's the thing that we have to do. So that's why
We could potentially get more information. Like, I'm thinking we could possibly get information from the bodies that would tell us if there is more big secret stuff.
Sure.
Or we could go try to pick up some more quests and get in favor with her. Or we could...
Yeah, I think we should talk to the bodies first. I'm a little bit worried of there's not a lot of point to worrying about this, but like we talk to the bodies and we're like, hey, is there big secret stuff hidden in the manor? And they're like, yes, it's right here. And we're like, okay, well now we're back at square one. How do we infiltrate the manor to get the
Yeah, but now we know what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Like, we don't even know... We have no information or evidence that they have anything other than what we already have.
I just have a feeling that she killed her husband. That's all I'm gonna say.
He had a bullet hole in his
Carol Baskin.
chest, I think.
I think she killed her fucking husband.
Killed her husband, whacked him.
If she's that into the black market, there's no way she hasn't got a gun.
Okay,
You know
well,
what I mean?
so we are going to need to have a certain number of questions prepped for Speak with Dead
Yes.
if we're, especially if we're doing the potion route or whatever. So how much does a potion of Speak with Dead cost? We do have that one potion dealer that's kind of shady that we could talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Potts Potion Shop or whatever it's called. Because I have really no idea if that's like a 500 gold cost or like a 50 gold cost or what.
Be in the realm of like 100 to 250, somewhere in there.
And then that one will only get us 5 questions. I
Right.
think. So, do you have any idea of what kind of questions you would want to ask?
It kind of depends. It kind of depends on like which body we get access to.
What
If
one do
we're
we
looking
want to try to get access to?
I mean, Ursula will probably be the more likely one because the husband, because they don't have to tell you the truth, right? So the husband is more likely to like still want to lie unless his wife killed him.
Yeah.
So we would want to talk to Erstal, and we would want to
Can
see
you
from.
zone of truth?
I don't think so,
No idea.
but also I can't cast that spell.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we can't get both.
Yes,
You could get
but
a scroll.
we
of-
could get a scroll of Zone of Truth, but I don't think that works on Speak with Dead targets because I think it's like creatures.
Thoughts, opinions?
I think he's
I'm
looking it
reading.
up. Also, you said creatures, right?
Okay, so
Creature
if we got a
special.
hold of Urstel, do you have any idea what you would want to ask Urstel?
I mean, we want to see if they have the
It is only-
piece of the eye or the whole thing. Like, what was like? Was Erstal and the Nimblewright fighting over a piece of the eye, or were they fighting over the Stone of Galore itself? Right.
The spell doesn't return the creature's soul to its body, only its animating spirit. Thus, the corpse can't learn new information, doesn't comprehend anything that has happened since it died, and can't speculate about future events. Zone of Truth targets a creature, so it is only an animating of lifeless thing.
So, speak with dead targets a creature, right?
Speak with Dead targets a corpse, specifically. But yes,
And
it
you're
would be-
saying that zone of truth.
they would not know. You are not creating a creature back into a zone where it is no longer a creature.
If you were to like do something that summoned the thing's ghost or soul, you could possibly Zone of Truth
Yeah.
it. But the magic that is Speak with
Oh,
Dead does
yeah,
not
yeah.
summon their soul. It
Okay.
just summons
Yeah,
information.
you are literally
I'm definitely on board with that.
Yeah, you're definitely like making the corpse mechanically use its vocal cords and sound things to use the things that the neurons in its brain held information on. It's a
Yeah.
very lifeless thing.
Whereas like even like zombies and skeletons, well, even I mean less that, but like yeah, if we could get access to its soul, we could cast it on its soul, but we don't have voodoo magic.
Yet.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I think that
Anybody can do voodoo.
getting information on we want to ask where does the or like what part of the stone or like what specific thing were you chasing the halfling for. We want to know.
Yeah, what did he have that you guys were chasing?
Right.
For? Yeah, that's a good
And then we want to know what. I guess we want to know like what happened between the Growlhounds and you, and possibly like did that extend to the rest of the Zentarum, or like were you attacking the Growlhounds on your own will, or was it the orders of the Zentarum?
Just to be nice to you guys, I would write these down if one of you is not, so that you remember it for next time.
Do we want to use questions for that, or do we want to use all of our questions on him to find out what all he knows about any location of any of the Stones of Galore?
We can do that.
What did he have that you were chasing?
Breakfast.
What happened between you and the Growlhounds?
Do you know where are other stones of the pieces of where are other eyes of the Stone of Galore? Or who
He might
has
not
them?
know what about the specifics of how
The
Stone of Galore
locations.
works.
Or like
The location for the pieces of the Stone of Galore. Do you have any more information?
I'm thinking of more like who, like a people, because he probably doesn't know the location, because the location's changing all the time. But I guess like the people might.
Can't we
like,
just say location and people?
I don't know. I don't know how genie this is. It's a tough one.
Okay.
Does the concept of like trying to appeal to who he was as a person affect his way of answering things? Seems like the way it's worded kind of not. Like he either has an opinion of you and will say the thing, or he
Yeah,
won't.
very distinctively no. He cannot learn new things, so you cannot impart new experiences to him that would change his current favor of you. He's under no compulsion to deliver anything to you in the manner that which you want it. So he can be like answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive, and the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if you are hostile to it or it recognizes you as an enemy.
Okay. So
Because it can't comprehend anything new that has happened.
I think we've potentially gotten pretty lucky with Speak with Dead in the past. I can imagine a scenario where you're like, "Where's the Stone of War?" And he's like, 3 black suns, and you're like, "That's a riddle. I don't know what that means." And now we gotta go figure out all the riddles of this dead guy.
Yeah. But it very much depends on the ones that you guys used it on before. Neutrality exists, or maybe even because Daggett knew of you guys and was wanting to assist. He might have seen you guys as favorably, and it also depends on the will of the presentation of the creature itself. If he's not a cryptic person, he just might be direct. No, it's under my locker. Dude.
And I mean, I think in a lot of situations with Speak with Dead, also, if the things have the mentality of I'm dead. Fuck all these other guys.
Well, man, the Lady Garland got the better end of the deal. Fuck her. I'm gonna help you guys out. Yeah, you're going after her? Screw her. She ain't getting my share of the treasure.
I think that's fairly likely. So we have.
Whereas her husband may not be as likely.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. What did the halfling have that you were chasing? What happened between you and the Grawhoons? Who has the pieces of the Stone of Galore? What else do we have?
Maybe we come up with save the other 2 for depending on what the answers to the first 3.
Sure.
I think
Clarifying
honestly,
questions?
I think these questions will come to us as we're beating Strahd.
Very true.
So, yeah.
You want to do an announcement on that, Ryan?
Yeah.
You want to just
I already said it in the Discord and stuff.
yeah, but speak to the camera.
Okay.
Tell everybody.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Tell him.
Okay. Yeah.
Soldier Boy.
Yeah. Okay. On Saturday, the 19th, we'll be doing a Curse of Strahd Discord / subreddit event that is Strahd Must Die Tonight. It'll be probably around normal D&D session timing, lengthwise, but it'll be starting at 2 p.m. on that Saturday, and we'll be playing through the Castle Ravenloft and trying to have a party of level 10 characters beat a hard mode Strahd, which is going to be a whole heck of a lot of fun.
Or not, we might just die instantly.
We might just die. You probably won't die instantly, but you might die over the course of 8 hours.
It's kind of like one of those programmed boxing fights where you watch on TV and you're like, is he going to go to 10 rounds or is he going to get a KO on round 1?
Something like that. And ironically, there is a skull that you guys interacted with in the castle before that has a permanent spell of Speak with Dead cast on it and will answer whatever questions, but if you ask him anything that has anything to do with the castle, he gives you the wrong information because he doesn't remember what's happened since his death. So it's hey, what's in this tower? He's like, I think that's where Milady kept her paintings or something, and it's actually just a pile of corpses.
That's the skull in particular I was thinking of, that we talked to a talking skull before. I know it can happen. But cool.
Yeah.
DM players plus 1 additional player.
Yeah. It'll be on roll 20.
You could be that person.
No.
You
no,
could. If
sorry.
Doomer's in the chat right now.
Doomer, if you're watching this, you could be our 4th player, because you are, and you better be there.
Or else we'll have to roll another character up.
Yeah, that'll be super fun when we get to it.
Hype.
Hype City, bitch.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
That concludes our 25th episode of Waterdeep Dragon Heist.
I feel like we're a quarter of the way there, yeah.
I am but a player. I am Texas Deviant. These are my friends, the DMs.
Yeah, something like that. So we'll see you next week. Just a heads up, some of our other scheduled streams are going to be changing, but this one's going to stay the same. So we'll see you next Tuesday.
No, see you Saturday.
Wow, you can't
See you
say that in
Saturday.
2020.
See you Saturday.
See you Saturday.
All right, and I'm going to push the right button on the first time this time. It's this one. Have a good night.
I doubt it.
got it.
Nailed it. Also, we're gonna raid because we're doing this every time now. So if you don't mind sticking around for just a second, we'll have a raid opportunity here
Which will be
momentarily.
dope.
I just started
Thank you,
searching
guys.
raid.